Um, I gotta fix the camera.
You have to fix the audio.
I gotta fix the audio too, bro. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, you heard me. Finally.
Yeah, I heard you.
Nice.
I've gotta fix the camera here before the draft goes live. Here we go. We don't know the exact picks yet, but yes, Peacock has the first 10 picks, and they are finally loading the draft. I have it on mute, but yeah, we're live on TalkShoe. We're live on Restream. This is episode 1000.
Cholowski.
TalkShoe.
Cholowski. Sorry.
Rock Lops. Yeah, it's like that. I saw the college baseball America magazine. It said Rock Star and it said ROCH. That's why I joked Rock Lobster at the beginning of the last show today, because that's a very popular song in the '80s. That was a very popular song, Rock Lobster, and I figured that would be a great pun to use. And usually the drafts on MLB Network and ESPN, with NBC reacquiring Sunday Night Baseball, they also acquired the rights to the MLB Draft. And, Harold Reynolds was on MLB Network. Now he's on NBC at NBCSN for their draft coverage. And, yeah, I've always enjoyed his baseball analysis. So they do have a lot of players. And the White Sox are, it says first overall pick, first round. Are the White Sox on the clock yet, or is the commissioner still going to the podium here? That's what it's going to be Cholowski. He's going to be the guy. I'm pretty confident. When your odds of going number one pivot from -115 to -400, that's usually an indicator you're the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I know MLB.com moved Emerson ahead of Cholowski last week, but Cholowski's always been the number one player in this draft. Let's not sugarcoat the obvious. Okay,
I remember that was last time we mentioned the draft. I said Cholowski, and well, here we are. So. And
now Peacock's basically saying MLB has Cholowski as the number two player. No, he's always been the number one prospect in this class. MLB just moved him down last.
It's just sports media. They're trying to
drive a narrative. They're trying to create drama. They're blatantly trying to create drama. Okay.
That started. It was blatantly obvious when Robert Griffin or
Andrew Luck was going to go first.
Andrew Luck, it was never going to be. Griffith's not like RG3.
The only reason Emerson's in this conversation is because last Friday when Jim Callis and Jonathan Mayo made their final rankings, they moved Emerson up to 1. But they both reported this morning in their final mocks that Cholowski's the pick. That pretty much tells me I probably should just copy and paste and get that grade up on the site now, but I'm not going to because I still have a fighting chance it's Emerson. But I based on what we've heard the last 24 hours, I'd be shocked if it wasn't Cholowski.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just see who ESPN is reporting a day or two before the draft, and you'll find out who the number one pick is in almost every draft.
Yeah, for any sport, really.
Yeah. They're real accurate when it comes down to a day or two before.
Kiley McDaniel, ESPN has Rock Cholowski. I think the only person that has Emerson is Keith Law of The Athletic, and he used to be the MLB draft guy at ESPN before they replaced him with Kiley McDaniel, and he left to go to The Athletic. But yeah, I don't trust Law's intel here. But again, I'll do one last Twitter search, Rock Cholowski, because oh boy, LA Dodgers manager Dave Roberts spoke highly about Rock Cholowski. This is the White Sox moment, Dave Roberts. You won 2 World Series in a row. Don't talk about Cholowski. Don't talk about getting Cholowski to be your next shortstop, you greedy fuck. I don't like
Yeah.
calling people greedy fucks, but it's like, you just won 2 World Series in a row. This guy's about to get drafted. He's about to go number 1. He's about to be the face of the White Sox, and you want to talk about potentially getting him when he becomes a free agent. That is like at least 7 years away with the arbitration. No, because Paul Skeens, he got promoted into the MLB in 2024. So this is the last year of pre-arbitration for Skeens, and then 27, 28, 29, 2030 are all arbitration 1 through 4 years, 2031. So
this is the pick that
he'll be eligible for arbitration in 2030.
Yeah.
So that means 2034 would be the earliest Cholowski became a UFA. That's like 8 years from now, Dave Roberts. He's not going to be a free agent for 8 years. So can you chill the F out and let the kid have his moment?
This is a pick that Chicago's been waiting for since, like Frank Thomas. I mean, it's the town.
Yes, Cholowski is now minus 550 on DraftKings and minus 450 on FanDuel. That pretty much tells me, okay, that's going to be the number 1 pick. That's going to be. So I'll type it on the site. I won't type it on the news ticker yet, but I am going to type that pick on the site because I think there's enough evidence to indicate that is officially the first pick in the draft. And I don't like leaking picks, but yeah, they're doing this on purpose. They're re-showing the White Sox Pirates trade from last night on Peacock. Why? Because they want to create drama.
Exactly.
That is.
And this is just the White Sox, and
And now because the White Sox traded Jacob Wilson, the Pirates, they go from having $17.6 million to $20.5 million in bonus pool money to sign rookies, and the Pirates now have less money to sign rookies because they traded their second first-round pick away.
Yeah, this is where the White Sox says we're done rebuilding.
But you've got the shortstop. You took 10th overall in 2025. You got the shortstop. You took 15th overall, and you take another shortstop today. One of those shortstops is not making the White Sox regardless of what they do. So
that's all right. They can be trade bait or just wish them the best, however it works, man. I mean, I wish all these players the best. People get all mad at them with fans when they're leaving their team or something. It's like, dude, if it's the best thing for them, I'm down with it. Whatever that player decides, so I'm more loyal to them than
expectations for the White Sox. I'm wondering if they're going to start the draft at 1. I'm thinking they're going to start the draft at 1:30 because I know a lot of drafts they'll do like a 30-minute draft preview show and then they'll start. And the only reason I'm speculating that is because MLS, when they've done the super draft in the past, it's 30 minutes of their experts at MLS headquarters previewing the prospects because they don't watch college soccer, and then the draft starts, or trades for allocation money. And I am beginning to think that is what is going to end up happening. I know the NHL draft started at 7:15, and NBA draft started at 8:15, so 15 minutes. And the NFL, it's usually like 8:07, and then they start, and then by 8:10, the number 1, the Raiders or the Panthers or the Jaguars or whoever is the worst records on the clock. I like how the NFL does it, whereas the other leagues, they do a little bit too much anticipation.
Yeah.
Well, you could call it draft foreplay, but I don't think that's the most appropriate choice of words, so I'm not going to. But yeah, that's basically, but that's all it is anticipation. So it's just.
Well, I remember when it wasn't even televised, and I mean, you had to read the newspaper to find out who your team drafted, on that next Monday.
Yeah. In the 80s, the 80 draft was held at like 11. It was 8 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Well, held at 8 p.m. It was held at 8 a.m. back in the 80. The 83 draft with Pacific time. 8 a.m. Eastern. That's nuts, though. Could you imagine if they had a draft at 8 a.m., how much chaos that would be for not just content creators, but for social media in general? And here we have all the mascots, William. All of the mascots are at the MLB draft, the MLB drafts in Philadelphia, and all the MLB mascots.
I like it. Yeah, I wasn't even finding it on Peacock, so I was just like, I'll let Chris watch
They
it.
didn't wait until one to start it. It's on Peacock, but it's like they haven't even started the draft yet.
Yeah, as a junior, Chalowski hit 320 with 21 home runs, 60 RBIs across 60 games, and was eliminated by St. Mary's.
Yep. So St. Mary's, but I think if Logan Redmond had gotten injured and pitched in the tournament, I think UCLA very easily could have won it all. But
Yeah,
him having arm fatigue really, your number one starter having arm fatigue, that really made UCLA a lot more vulnerable down the stretch, even though they were the best team in the country
yeah.
and first team in a very long time to not make the tournament. Let's see, MLB draft start time. Okay. It is 1 p.m. It's supposed to begin at 1 p.m., but a full pre-draft show leading up to the first selection. But how long is the pre-draft show? Is it going to be at 1:30, or is it going to be a full hour, the full pre-draft show? That's
I don't know.
That's what I'd like to know, and Google's not giving us that. The draft begins at 12:30 p.m. Central, Milwaukee's Journal Sentinel. Thank you, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. You guys in the Midwest. So the draft's not going to begin for 17 more minutes, and I've already lost 2% of my battery, so I am going to start so it's back at 100% by 1:30. I would have started this at 1:30.
This has to be something after his entire life growing up, his dad being a first round pick, number 39 overall, and later became a scout. Just imagine how proud his dad Dan's going to be when they call his name. That's cool stuff, man.
So yes, the All-Stars Future Game is now. The All-Stars Future Game is a fun event I like to watch every Saturday. It is now Sunday at noon. The Home Run Derby is Monday on Netflix. The Red Carpet Show is Tuesday, and the All-Star Game is still Tuesday. But what's crazy about the 2024 MLB Draft is outside of Hagen Smith and Charlie Condon, every other player from that draft is now in the MLB, William. Every top 10 pick is now in the MLB 2 years later, outside of Condon and Smith. And Hagen Smith was, I think he did play with the White Sox, but he struggled a little bit, so now he's back at AAA. But we'll see. And he struggled in AAA last year, too. I think he'll be there by 2027 with Chalowski, but
yeah,
this year it's just, let's see where the White Sox go. They're not going to be a complete team on paper. Next year they'll probably have Chalowski and Hagen Smith, and they'll be a lot more competitive. They can build on season success.
I'm sure that's when it's going to take off. And all these,
So they're talking about Ryder Helfrich on MLB Network. Player we talked about earlier, player I mocked the Cardinals. You mocked him at number 12, but yes, you've got the mascots rioting like it's January 6th. That's how big the mascots are at the MLB Draft, and this is at Pennsylvania Hall in Philadelphia. That's where the draft's being held, Pennsylvania Hall. Lee, who is a first baseman, I didn't add him to the draft simulator, but he dominated the MLB Combine. They're showing his highlights right now. And the MLB Draft Combine, you hit home runs like the Home Run Derby, you do defensive drills in front of scouts. That's basically the MLB Combine. There are some defensive drills for defensive players at the Combine, but yeah, it's like using your glove, throwing. We'll see what happens, but yeah, this is just. It's the longest 30 minutes I've had to deal with. And if I had known the pre-draft show, the time length, I would have scheduled this for 1:30. But hey, I didn't know there was going to be a 30-minute pre-draft show. We're just going to have to wait. But
yeah.
Fortunately, I'm going to get my bottle of water because I haven't drank anything since 10 a.m. I've been busy using the bathroom promoting the show. Yeah. So I am going to get my bottle of water. I got a bottle of water because... I might make some pizza. I'm not going to get too attached. I'm going to make one slice. It's like I need something close to time. I've got seafood. I've got a lobster pizza. And I'm going to... Oh, my microwave doesn't work. Shit, I forgot. So I am eating cold pizza.
Did I hear something about a lobster?
I don't mind cold pizza, but I have to do it eventually. I was going to have to eat cold pizza eventually at some point in my adult life, William. But, yeah. I mean, my microwave's not working,
I like
so
cold
I'm
pizza,
stuck
man.
with cold pizza.
Good for you.
All right. Oh, this tastes good. Yeah, and
I do
they've
like
got
cold
Jim
pizza.
Palace. Oh, yeah, Cold Pizza. That was the original name of the first take show on ESPN back in the day, Cold Pizza. Skip Bayless, Woody Page.
Fun trivia fact.
Before Stephen A. Smith became the face of ESPN, much simpler time.
Oh,
Jay Crawford and Dana Jacobson were on. Was a much simpler time.
oh man, Dan Jacobson.
Yeah, she was on that show.
That's what I remember, like growing up was that guy.
Yeah, that was a good show back in the day. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Gio Rojas, they're talking about him. He's got a commitment to Miami. I don't think he's going to use it unless he falls in the second round. He's projected to go 8th. Even if he dropped in the draft, it's very unlikely he'd drop 30 spots. Like, if you're the top high school pitcher in the draft, there's got to be something seriously wrong for you to drop 30 spots in the draft. That almost never happens. Well, could he drop 10 or 20 spots if there's some bad data on him last minute? Yeah. 30 spots, that does not happen in the MLB draft. The only sport where I think a top 10 pick or can drop 30 spots is like the NFL or the NHL.
Yeah.
There's got to be like it's got to be like a Lael Collins situation for something that bad to happen.
Yeah, for sure. And well, even some of these teams even put out bad freaking stuff like that phantom heart condition that Montez Sweat had. I mean, they were talking about him being a top 7th pick that year. It said he ended up falling down to the Redskins trading up the 5th or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's so much of that, and like what happened with Michael Trigg this last year. All these character concerns, but then no one knew. They just knew he left school. It was like that phantom character concerns. It's like there wasn't a single incident to point out, I mean,
and I don't believe any of those things about Trigg with character concerns are true. I think it's just BS because the schools that he played for couldn't get the Michael Trigg that dominated at Baylor. Ole Miss couldn't get that Michael Trigg. USC couldn't get that Michael Trigg. So they say they kicked him out because they want to ruin him for not committing to that school. It's like a lot of these SEC Big Ten programs, if you enter the portal, they look at it as, oh, you're flipping us the bird. We're not having that.
Yeah. This one, look, like I said before, it stunk of Jerry Jones eating every pick he could to trade up and get Caleb Downs. and all of a sudden his home state, star Michael Trigg falls all the way out of the draft. It doesn't take much when you're a tight end to make you fall out of the draft, because just one or two guys being picked in front of you can go from second or third round to undrafted.
Can Michael Trigg become the Cowboys tight end 1? I don't think it's very likely, but I do think it's possible, because I had an 87 for potential on Jake Ferguson coming out of Wisconsin. I have an 89 on Trigg. I don't think either is tight end, but I think Trigg's upside's higher than Ferguson. So
yeah, because he can split out anywhere, man. He can split out wide. He can do all kinds of things that Ferguson and that who's the other one there can't do. And he's just so athletic, and with that 7 foot wingspan, dude, it puts a spot for him near the red zone. I mean, there's probably a roster spot, just there for him because of that ability. Because maybe not as, like I said, as a true tight end to start out, with blocking and such, but just to get in there and cause mismatches. And we'll see, though. I mean, the kid's definitely good. I mean, he's one of the best receivers at tight end in the draft.
Mm-hmm. How many players, NBA, NHL combined, are on the simulator? I think we had 410 NFL players and 290 NHL players. When I added all the players that were drafted that I didn't have initially on the simulator, the draft simulator. And I got the MLB simulator at 56. I could add some players last minute, but it's like, I'm still thirsty. I'm still hungry. It's 1:22. I don't want to get too comfortable. The draft's going to start in 8 minutes. And I got these war rooms on Zoom. I cannot tell if the app. You know what's sad, William? Ask Jeeves, which is founded in Oakland, California, actually lasted longer than the Athletics. It did file for bankruptcy back on May 1st, 2026, and shut down its corporate offices then. But Ask Jeeves lasted longer than the Oakland Athletics. Bring that up to any Athletics fan in Oakland. I'm sure they're going to be very pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. It's funny.
That it is. Come on, guys. You can read that name. Yeah, I was looking it up, man. The White Sox have all the way from Mexican Heritage Month to Black or Heritage Games or like theme nights to Italiano Heritage to a bunch of different things. And like I said, they just had the Polish Heritage Night, which was versus the Indians.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Rock Chalosky was the number 44 prospect in high school, but he went undrafted because he wasn't going to sign with anyone if he didn't get picked in the first round. So he goes to UCLA and dominates.
Mm-hmm. Got seasoned, ready to come in and play some ball, man.
A lot of these high school guys, if they don't go in the first 2 rounds, they're going to be a lot harder to sign. They're going to choose the college route, and then they're going to end up making more money. You'll hear some of these guys that are in high school. You'll hear them again in 3 years from now. That's basically no, because in MLS you can get drafted by a team, still go to college and develop. As long as you don't sign the contract, you can go to college and develop. But I think MLB should adopt that rule. Instead of, you got drafted in the 17th round as a high school player, but you can go to college before but that team in the 17th round still owns your draft rights, but you can go to college.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would give teams a lot more incentive. But there's also talks about eliminating the high school part of the draft and making it like the NBA draft, and I'm not a fan of that. But it's one of the ideas that it's been tossed around.
Yeah, that would be a little bit.
I hope the always. I watch Sunny? Yeah, I do watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I hope they're at the draft today. I know the show's filmed in Los Angeles, but they should do an episode where the gang goes to the draft. The gang goes to the MLB draft, and you could just have the cast of Sunny trying to cause shenanigans at the MLB draft. I think that they did an episode like that after the Eagles won the first Super Bowl, where they were actually in a press box at the Super Bowl in Minnesota. It's nuts. But they never did a sequel to that when they routed the Chiefs. So, but again, even though It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the TV show is based on the city of Philadelphia. It's filmed in California. It's filmed in Los Angeles. A lot of TV shows are filmed in LA, even if their storylines and episodes take place in a certain city, whether it's Boston, Philadelphia, New York. Basically, New York and LA are the only places where TV shows get filmed. And it used to be, before COVID in the early 2000s and the late 2000s, it used to be New York was the main place. And then in the 2010s, it kind of became LA. And LA was like a top. LA's always been big too, but I remember in the early 2000s, a lot of the movies that came out in theaters, more of them were filmed in New York than LA. And and LA's still iconic, William, don't get me wrong, but
Right.
I remember, I think it was The Other Guys. Other Guys was filmed in New York because they had freaking Samuel L. Jackson, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. They accidentally crashed into the Trump Tower, and I don't know if it was the actual Trump Tower or if it was a CGI sound effects or whatever. But yeah, that was the opening scene of The Other Guys. That is such a funny movie, though. Will Ferrell pretends he's a pimp named Gator. That is such a funny movie. And yeah, it was 1:27. I put my plate back up. I've still got the smart water out, but I drank most of it to purge my thirst, so I've got enough energy to talk. And the iPad's at 99%. I'm not unplugging it until Manfred steps to the podium, but yeah, we're there. Like, we're at the point where I think it's going to begin. They're telling everyone to get seated, and here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children.
So that's not even Commissioner Rob Manfred. That's some audio guy. That's some technical guy in the background saying, get seated, stay in your effing seats. Commissioner will be out shortly.
Kick off your clothes and get in the car.
Yeah, because most commissioners wear a suit and they wear a jacket with their suit. This guy was not wearing a jacket, so that's how I knew it wasn't the commissioner. Because I was like, this guy's not wearing a jacket. Is Rob Manfred making history here? No, it's not Manfred. It's just some a-hole producer. It's very easy to tell. Believe me, it's very easy to tell that's not the commissioner. I am not. It's going to be. We need a Hard Rock Cafe ad before Rock Chalowski gets picked number 1 overall. A Hard Rock Cafe. I know their business hasn't been necessarily profitable as of late, but yeah, Hard Rock Cafe. We need a Hard Rock Cafe commercial. It's the Rock Chalowski draft. We need a Hard Rock Cafe ad. I'm just trying to think of some rock puns. My alma mater, Slippery Rock, we're probably more likely to see a Slippery Rock. Well, I am. I don't know about you, but me, since I'm in Pittsburgh, I'm probably more likely to see a Slippery Rock ad than a Hard Rock Cafe ad. But if I see either of those commercials, I will let you guys know. So from now, yes. And for anyone who enjoys alcohol, The rules to the Rock Chalowski drinking game are pretty simple. Anytime you hear the word rock between today and 4:30 p.m., you take a shot. That's how the Rock drinking game works. And no, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson does not endorse said drinking game. He endorses good choices and eating healthy. And anyone who says otherwise is slandering The Rock, and that's not cool. So, yeah.
All right.
But yeah, the MLB draft's about to start. Okay, I'm about ready to copy and paste the Rock Chalowski write-up. I never did that. I said I was going to do that, but it's just I'm trying to get a read on the situation. But I think there's enough data, because if Callis and Mayo both say, "Oh, we move Emerson up on our rankings," but they still end up backtracking and mocking Chalowski at 1, that tells me that Chalowski's going 1. Because you don't backtrack like that, William, unless you have insiders and you know what's happening.
Right.
And I kind of knew it was going to be Chalowski once I found out Chalowski spoke with the White Sox this week, but Emerson didn't. That was the tell.
Yeah.
That was the tell, because if you've got multiple players in the running to go number 1, you're either speaking with both players, or if you only speak with one guy, that means they agreed on a price, but they're keeping it on the down low. Because you don't speak, if guy 1 and guy 2 are both guys you're interested in drafting in, and you only speak with guy 1, that means you came to an agreement on the price point, but you're keeping everything in-house.
Yeah.
So, and it's pretty obvious. I can hear you, William.
Okay. $11:32. Oops. Sitting there screwing with
I don't know if Joey, maybe Joey just wanted to come on for the draft show, but I appreciate his contributions regardless. But it sounds like I did add the Chalowski pick to the draft grade to the site. I'm not going to type it in until it's officially confirmed, but yes. And now we see a guy with a suit with a jacket. It is Commissioner Rob Manfred. And for anyone wondering, who's the next commissioner that's going to retire? Rob Manfred is retiring in 2029. Okay, his successor's already been announced. I did some research on the deputy commissioners in Major League Baseball. There's actually some pretty smart people working for MLB, and believe me when I say they're going to be better than the current commissioner. But yeah, Goodell and Bettman can go. I think Goodell and Bettman could go another decade. I think they're both going to make it to 2030. But yeah. I think they're slowly integrating plans for a successor. That we'll know their successors by the end of the decade. But I think they could go another. I think both of them could go another decade. Aim with Silver probably. I don't think we're going to see much changes at commissioner. Don Garber's been the commissioner of MLS since its inception in 1996. Gary Bettman was there were NHL league there were like NHL league executives that ran the league, but there was no official commissioner until Gary Bettman became the first commissioner. He's still the NHL commissioner. So yeah, Garber and Bettman have still been commissioners for 30 years. It's crazy, but yeah, Rob Manfred, he's at the podium. And once we see a timer by the White Sox, they will officially be on the clock. So Williams White Sox probably going to stay for the 10 picks on Peacock, and then I'm guessing he'll come back later today around like 4 to find out what the White Sox did at 34.
Yeah.
That's probably
about right.
Joe Doyle, I continue to hear Rock Chalosky at the top of the White Sox. Teams in the top 5 are operating / planning under this assumption. Short of a late negotiation surprise, sounds pretty firm. 25 minutes to go. They are selecting Rock Chalosky. The deal is going to be for $9.5 million. Because I think, let me look at the 2026 MLB Draft slot values on Google. Because the White Sox have $11,300,000 to spend on the number 1 pick. So they're getting Chalosky for $9.5 million. That is, as of 22 minutes ago, that is the framework. The White Sox said they weren't going to pay more than $9.75 million. Chalosky agreed to sign with the White Sox for $9.5 million. That's why they didn't contact. That's why they didn't contact Emerson. It adds up, William. If he agreed to $9.5 million, I basically said. I said earlier in the show, Chalosky and the White Sox probably agreed to a number behind the scene. That's probably why they only spoke with him.
Yeah,
sort of an unwritten rule. And the 9.5 is confirmed. So that pretty much tells us that Chalosky's going number 1.
Yep.
I mean,
he said, "I want to be the number 1 pick."
Point. If you're telling us the agreed price of the contract 20 minutes before the draft actually starts, you're leaking the pick. Even though you're trying not to leak the pick, you are guilty of leaking the pick, Bob Nightingale, because that price point's the missing piece. Who do I think the Twins get? Holden Martinez. Holden Marinarez. I think Von Lackey. I think you guys are getting Von Lackey at 3. I think you guys are getting Von Lackey. And if the Rays take Von Lackey at 2, I think you're getting Jackson Flora. The White Sox, the Twins actually have stability at shortstop. I don't think they're going to draft another one. They got Royce Lewis, Brooks Lee from Cal Poly, and Royce Lewis, high school shortstop that went number 1. They had Carlos Rodon until last year. I remember one year when MLB Network hosted the draft, they could have aired the second round. They didn't. And after the first round, they basically just went to Lionel Richie's Bucky Brewster's Millions, a movie I never saw. And they just went straight into Bucky Brewster's Millions.
All right.
That's a movie where Lionel Richie has to spend $1 million, spend all of the team's payroll to inherit the baseball team as an owner. But if he does, he wins the prize money. It's a very stupid movie, but MLB Network decided to play that instead of airing the second round of the draft.
I wonder who the White Sox have spied there. You know, why they moved into 34 there.
They traded Jacob Gonzalez to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah.
He was the 15th overall pick in 2023. Helped Ole Miss win the 2022 College World Series as a sophomore, and they drafted a shortstop 10th overall, and they're going to get Rock Chalosky, who. No. And they already have stability at third base and second base because Colson Montgomery, a 2021 first round pick, who is a shortstop, is moving to second base. Is going to move to second base once Chalosky makes the jump to the MLB.
Yeah.
Because he's already gained a little bit of experience at second base. So, it's like the White Sox, they drafted a shortstop in the first round of 2021, 2023, 2025, and now 2026.
Yeah, well, Chalosky's
a stud. So
anyway, he played some third base too. So
and they were patient as hell with Colson Montgomery. He didn't make his debut until last year, and then they took another high school shortstop at 10. But I would have traded the high school shortstop they took at 10, and I would have kept Gonzalez. I would have traded the high school shortstop, the Pirates,
right,
or whatever I could get. But they probably knew they were going to get more for Gonzalez because he's close to MLB ready. The pick is in. Is it okay? Is it officially official? Once it's officially official, I'll leak the grade. I have a grade type, but Restream. I'm trying to type. Here we go. Is it official? Here we go. I got the ticker. R. Cholowski.
Official.
And because
Cholowski. Yeah, like I said, them trading up for that 34, that brings a little bit of drama into this, you know.
I've heard Landon Tomei is the guy the White Sox are targeting, but I don't know if he'll be there at 34. He could go as early as 10th for the Rockies. He could follow the Rockies at 37. The Phillies, the Guardians, the Yankees are all teams that could take him as well. And what is this? Are they showing Rock Cholowski playing quarterback in high school? A little bit out there. I know, yeah. So he was a high school quarterback. That's pretty cool. And yeah, Rock Cholowski, number 1 pick. It's an A+
star
grade.
Power.
Number 1 grade, basically. You know, and Cholowski being number 1 is not really a surprise. And they agreed. I'll add the part where he. And the White Sox are willing to pay up to $9,750,000, but Cholowski took $25,000 less.
Mm-hmm.
He did the unselfish thing, and because he did that, he got rewarded. He probably knew he was going number 1, and the White Sox. Now we know why they didn't contact Emerson, because of the nugget Bob Nightingale gave us on X 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Because I knew something was there. But what was the missing nugget? And we got that before the draft. So once we got that, we pretty much knew what was going to happen.
Like I said, we got the new face of the franchise.
We got the face of the franchise. Rock Cholowski, Caleb Williams, and Connor Bedard. These next 15 years for Chicago fans are going to be a lot of fun with those 3.
For sure.
Rays. Let's see what the Rays do here. Joe Doyle's saying, correction, he will get north of $10 million to become the number 1 pick. Does north mean above $10 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Correction.
But
whatever.
But yeah, still, if they had $11.35 million to spend on this pick, they saved $1.35 million, almost $2 million. Okay, the Rays pick is in. That was fast. That was a lot faster than the White Sox. Some of these people leaked that they are selecting Grady Emerson.
That'll probably be enough to pay.
And his bonus will be close to $10 million. His bonus will be close to $10 million. So. Not only is Joe Doyle leaking the picks, he's also leaking the bonuses. He's leaking the bonuses in the contract. How does he know how much guys, or is he making estimates on what he thinks the players are getting paid? Because I don't think outside of the number 1 pick. Well, the Rays and White Sox probably knew since March were the guys they were going to pick.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest reason we... I think the Rays had $10.6 million to spend. I'll look at the slot values again. The Rays have a bonus pool of $19 million, and the value of the number one choice rose from up to $11 million a year ago, and bonus pools. The Rays had $10.5 million to spend, so the Rays basically get him for $10 million and save $500,000. So both teams took the best player on the board, and they saved money, which is huge, William. Because not only do you get the best player on your board, you're saving signing bonus money because each team only has a certain amount to spend on draft picks in the MLB draft.
If they saved what?
The White Sox saved $1.3 million
on
Cholowski, and the Rays only saved $507,000 on Emerson.
Well, the Cholowski deal probably allowed for 34 to be signed, eh?
Yeah.
I imagine that's probably what it's going to take to sign him. You know, what's left.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but that sounds about right. Right in that area, so. Good deal. I can start watching baseball again.
Yeah, so Emerson, I have to make the characters shorter. But yeah, Fort Worth Christian High School. Emerson is the pick. Let me load the 2A+ grades so far. The Twins are up. I would be shocked if this wasn't Von Lackey. This draft is going exactly how many anticipated it would go. And now that the iPad's at 100%, we'll recap you guys on what's happened. iPad is burning like an MFer, but it's at 100% now. Thanks to, and yes, the Gatorade National Player of the Year. There's a Gatorade High School Player of the Year each state, and then there's the Gatorade National Player of the Year. And Grady Emerson, the Gatorade National Player of the Year in baseball. I'm sure there's a National Player of the Year in each of the high school sports that Gatorade promotes. So, what is the exact slot value? $9.7 million for the Twins. So, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. The Twins are on the clock here. Bob Nightingale says that the White Sox were close to drafting Von Lackey.
Really?
I don't know how close they were because the scouts wanted Emerson, and the front office people, the GM, the director of scouting, the front office people wanted Cholowski. So I don't believe that is true.
I don't think so either. They're just trying to add that in.
I know the MLB draft coverage has been neutered this year. I think part of that is NBC. This is NBC's first draft, and ESPN and MLB Network had the draft for so many years that they got to the point where they had enough confidence to do 3 rounds. NBC, this is their first draft, so they're probably only going to do 10 picks on Peacock this year, and then the rest will be on MLB Network, and then they'll probably do 20, and they'll build that confidence up 1 year at a time because it's NBC. They're not going to do no MLB draft. Attendees will be in Philly for the second consecutive year. MLB wants draftees to attend. They simply don't. It won't ever be like the NFL until they get rid of the slot value and draft pool. I do agree with that. Von Lackey is the pick. So Von Lackey, 3 for 3 so far. I can reload the MLB Draft Simulator from earlier and get some actual picks in.
Yes, I got.
Cholowski went number 1, Emerson went second, and Von Lackey went third.
I think it was always that 2-man race with Emerson and Cholowski. And I mean,
Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure. The Grady Emerson picks on the news ticker of the Draft Utopia, because there's two news tickers: the news ticker on our site and the news ticker on the site, as well as the news ticker on Restream. So I'm gonna make sure both of those are updated. I'm also gonna type Von Lackey. The Giant. If a team in the top 5 screws up, it's either gonna be the Giants or the Pirates.
probably the Pirates.
Might be the Giants. I'm thinking it's going to be the Giants. You're probably right. It probably will be the Pirates. I mean, the Penguins crushed the NHL draft. They got 3 first-round.
I remember going all the way back
to Max Nachor when Pittsburgh hosted the NFL draft. So
going, pulling what do you call it? Dorset cards. When I was a little kid, it just always seemed like the Pirates were the worst team, man.
Yeah, they were. They had Brian Bullington. They were awful for so many years. Until they got Garrett Cole, and then they got.
That's all I remember about them, man. It was kind of like the Rams were. The Rams were always the worst team in the NFL throughout the 80s and 90s, man.
Yep.
Just bad. At least they finally did something.
Yep. Twins get Von Lackey. We do not have a slot value for Von Lackey. We know Lackey's the 3rd pick, but we do not have a slot value for him. But I'm guessing the Twins and the Giants, and since they knew who they were going to take since March, that's why they were able to get the contracts already done.
Oh, here we go. The Sox added the 34th pick, which is valued a little over $2.98 million.
Yep,
so they got half of that.
Yeah, they got that this morning.
So
we do not have a his player comp, according to Jim Callis, is JT Realmuto, the starting catcher of the Phillies. I think he's better than Realmuto because Realmuto's a good role player, but he's not an all-star caliber catcher. I think Lackey has all-star caliber upside.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with that comp, but anyway, let's move on to the Giants. Oh wait, I gotta update the ticker here for Restream, and then we'll get to the Giants. The Lackey CGT. I have to use initials because I only get 1,000 characters. We're 3 picks into the draft. I've burned 101 of my 1,000 characters. And Lackey went top 3 just as expected. So 3 consecutive A+ grades, and the Twins have no surprises yet. The Giants need to take Flora, not this up, but I got a feeling we will see someone screw up at here or at Pittsburgh at 5, more than likely.
And you know what?
First pitcher off the board will be Jackson Flora to the. That is from a Jackson Flora, the Giants perspective. Official, or is this just fans talking? I think it's just fans talking. I'm waiting for an actual insider to leak the pick. They're showing Paul Skeens, Connor Griffin, Seth Hernandez. Seth Hernandez was a top high school pitcher. He fell to the Pirates in last year's draft. So they're showing the Pirates war room, but they're not even on the clock yet. And I get it. The Pirates are exciting. Ben Cherington's turned this team around. They've turned this team around. Former Red Sox GM. He's really drafted well. But yeah, I am waiting for the curveball. Breaking. Big 3 Sports Central says the pick is Jackson Flora. And now Joe Doyle is also saying it. And then Coast to Coast Baseball. God damn it, dude. I hate it. I don't see the ace. The Giants just reached for need. They did not reach for need. He went 11-0 and had an ERA of under 2. If the Giants hadn't passed on if the Giants won an A+ grade, they had to take this guy, William. Even my freaking mom agreed with me. Jesus, these Giants fans. No appreciation for baseball. So, I am getting that grade posted at the moment. But this is it makes things very easy for me. All I got to do is copy and paste.
Right.
Pirates only have one pick. If the MLB Draft allowed, the only picks that can be traded in the MLB Draft are the compensation picks in the sandwich round. So if the MLB Draft allowed trades, I think the Pirates would trade out 5 to get more picks. But they don't. Like MLS, you can trade your picks, but they don't trade the picks for players. They trade the picks for allocation money. And yeah, I'm adding floor to the ticker on the site right now. But yeah, everything's gone as expected so far. I'll add floor to the simulator. Just give me a second, guys. Just it's a lot of things we're doing here. And then I think, yep, so this draft's gone exactly as we expected so far. And even better, my had 100% on TalkShoe still. UCSB. Pirates are now on the clock. All right. So there we go, guys. Everything's been updated. And for everyone who doesn't like stream, I'm about to go into the simulator and finalize that 4th overall pick here. And yeah, he has a splitter. He has a splitter. Like, he's the only pitcher in this draft that I think that has a splitter, and his ERA is under 2. So, yeah. Now I'll share this tab, and Jackson Flora, you are a giant. All right. The Pirates are on the clock here, and they're hosting the Brewers at PNC Park right now. So all these people in the Pirates war room, where exactly are they? Are they in Pittsburgh? They have a secret club office at PNC Park that's separate from the act, because the Pirates are actually playing the Brewers right now in a doubleheader since a rain delay canceled yesterday's game. I'm expecting... Oh, we have a surprise, William. LSU's Derek Curiel is a Pirate. I'm not upset with that, William. That is a great pick. I'm just surprised he went this early.
Yeah. Derek Curiel.
But AYS Sports said this morning that Curiel will not fall out of the top 5. And I remember my friend in the summer, one of my former friends in the summer, he told me he wanted Derek Curiel of the Pirates when I showed him the MLB Draft Simulator, and they just took him. So I'm happy that my friend's happy, and, you know, I'm not...
Shit, I'm happy, and everyone's happy. I could care less what the Pirates do.
Yeah, I mean, Curiel was a player I was considering putting at 5 in the summer. I think he's a pure left fielder, but... maybe they're drafting him to be Brian Reynolds' replacement. I don't know the exact. I am in the process of getting this pick up. I'm gonna give it an A+ because this is a player my friend mocked to the Pirates using our MLB Draft Simulator. So again, did we forget to list the grades?
Well, I'm glad the Pirates got something, man.
Yeah.
You know, because like I said, I just remember them always being a bad team. So. I'm glad your friend's happy.
Yeah.
Actually.
So let me just find the Curiel write-up here, and let me get the Pirates write-up with all the rosters and line combinations and stuff. Let me see here. Here we go. Here we go. They need a right fielder, but they took... I'm looking at who they have at left fielder here. Brian Reynolds is under contract till 2032. So Brian Reynolds is a left fielder, and so is Derek Curiel. Is Curiel going to move to center fielder, or the Pirates going to trade Brian Reynolds? That's what I'm kind of curious about. I don't dislike this pick. It's an A+ grade for me, but I'm kind of curious what's going to happen here, because Curiel's only position he played at LSU was left fielder, and the Pirates' biggest needs are left center fielder and right fielder. So are they going to move him to right field, or is he going to be the replacement to Brian Reynolds? That's what I'm kind of curious about. My guess is they're going to trade Reynolds to pay Steves. That is my theory. I do not know how accurate that theory is, but my guess is the Pirates are going to try to extend Skeens, and they're going to pay Brian Reynolds to make sure they have the cap space to extend Skeens without going over the luxury tax. That's my theory. We'll see if it adds up. We'll see. I don't know for certain if it's going to add up, but that is the most logical thing I can think of.
For sure.
I'm just trying to find the write-up I had on Derek Curiel so I can copy and paste that to the Pirates. And his impact on LSU's College World Series team. Let me look at Curiel. Let me look at the Curiel. I'm still working on the write-up here, but let me look at the. Pirates have $8.3 million to spend, but let me look at Derek Curiel. How many positions has Derek Curiel played? He played left and center fielder according to Baseball Reference. Okay, but I need the exact number of games he played at each position. Okay, so he was a main left fielder in 2026, but he played center fielder for 11 games in 2025. And then he played all 65. So he's got a little bit of experience at center fielder. He's mainly a left fielder, but he's got a little bit of experience. So I might mock him to the Pirates as a center fielder because he is versatile enough to play both positions, and I think you have to factor that into account when accounting for team needs. Because Connor Griffin was originally going to be the center fielder, but,
Right.
Yes, so Curiel finally got the Curiel write-up. It took a long time, and by the time I'm not going to get time to relax and breathe because it took so damn long to find out if Curiel is mainly a left fielder, but Pirates have Brian Reynolds until 2032, and he's never played right fielder. I don't think he will be drafted by the Pirates as a right fielder. I think he's going to be a center fielder. So I think he's going to be a center fielder. I think the Pirates are drafting him with the intent that he's their center fielder of the future. I could be wrong on that, but it's either you trade Brian Reynolds once Curiel's ready and pay Paul Skeens and keep him at left field, or you draft him as your center fielder. My guess is the Pirates drafted him as a center fielder. Or maybe Paul Skeens, because he was there after Paul Skeens. They had a lot of success with Paul Skeens, so now they're going Curiel. All right, okay. Royals are on the clock here. The frickin' Royals. Let's find out what the Royals are doing.
The freaking Royals.
Eric Booth Jr., according to Michael Holtman. So Eric Booth Jr., that is a great pickup. That is the best player on the board. So that is an A+ for me, easily. But first, I'm going to share this tab, and I'm going to make sure the Pirates get Booth. But they're drafting Booth as a center fielder. And so my friend wanted so far, the Pirates, one of my friends wanted the Pirates to get Curiel. And Curiel, I think because of his versatility, that's an A+ grade because, he was once projected to go fifth. The Pirates they had a little bit more. And the Royals, they went with the best player on the board, so again, Eric Booth Jr. to the Royals. So that is the pick. So I will update that. I'm going to update that right now, and then I'll go back to the site and type the live grade in. What is the high school here? Oak Grove High School in Mississippi. Okay. OG. We're just gonna type OG. Because with characters, we have a character limit.
Oh shit.
So the Royals get Eric Booth. All right. I mean, a lot of teams have drafted well so far. Did I forget to add a font to each pick in the MLB draft? I did, so I'm going to do that right now. I probably should have done that earlier, but I'm going to at least do that for the duration of the top 10, and then I will try to, because I usually have a font behind the picks, but I've had to copy and paste the font. It's so annoying because usually I'm on top of this, but I forgot to, when coding the draft results page, I forgot to add a font earlier this morning, so I'm kind of curious what's going to happen with the home run king. Where's he going to fall to now? Because I don't know if there is a team that, I don't know if there's a team that needs a, Oh, it's okay, we have a surprise, William. Zion Rose, who I have a late first-round grade on, goes 6th overall. Ooh, that is a reach, William. That is a reach at 6. Zion Rose didn't even have 10 home runs. That's a reach at 6. So, completely disregard this. We got to go back and, yeah. Zion Rose is the pick, William. I thought it was Eric Booth Jr. The guys who leaked the pick were wrong. The Royals reached. The Royals took a late first rounder at 6. Is that me? I'm sure you're happy about that, but it is Zion Rose.
Oh, I'm definitely happy about that. Well, it's the Royals doing Royals type things.
I don't think that's a horrible pick, but it is a massive reach at 6. I'm going to give it a C- because I had this guy as at 28. Or did I have him at 30? I'm looking right now. Did I have him in the late? I may have had him in the sandwich portion of the first round. I'm double checking right now. I had him at 30. I think I did have him at 28. Yeah. Because the Astros have 17 and 28. So the Royals took the 28th best player at 6. That is a reach. I mean, that is a reach. I'm sorry, Royals fans. That's a reach. I'm trying not to be an asshole about this, but that is a reach. I cannot give you an A+ for taking the 28th best player, especially when you leaked you were taking Eric Booth. So now Booth and Burris drop. And yeah. I want you to share this tab now because we screwed up royally. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give this a C-. I do like Zion Rose, but him at 6 is a reach. It's not like I took a player with a second-round grade or a player in the sandwich portion of the first round, but, it is a reach.
Well, some teams are better than others, I guess.
I mean, I'm not going to go in and copy, well, I guess I could theoretically copy the Royals, since I did get the roster spots copied. So now let's go all the way down to 28, and whatever I typed in for the Astros here, he's not a power hitter. So he gets on base consistently, and he plays like a Gold Glove outfielder, but he is not a power hitter. And if you're the Royals, why would you take an outfielder at 6 that's not a power hitter? That's the only issue I have here. You know, he's 6'1", 200, but he doesn't hit with power. So that is an issue, a little bit of an issue at 6. It's not an issue if you take him at 11, but it's an issue if you take him at 6. Royals could have traded down and gotten this guy later at like 11 or 12, but MLB Draft's the only draft without trades. And Eric Booth Jr. is not the pick. It's Zion Rose. So that is officially official. This is why you don't... Sometimes you'll get burned with the wrong player. Sometimes you'll get... It happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to reload the MLB Draft Simulator right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the Pirates at 5 took Curiel. And then we go down to 28. And the frickin' Royals took Zion Rose. It's beautiful. And the Orioles pick is in here at number 7. I'm kind of curious to see where Booth and the Orioles are about to post their selection here. Did I list C. Rose on the ticker? Eric Booth Jr. So that is going to be an A+. So the Orioles get an A+. So basically, the Royals are the biggest loser of the draft so far. I did list the pick. That's good. All right, so Eric Booth Jr. is an Oriole. And, yeah, Eric Booth Jr. is an Oriole. That's official. That's an A+, so... Sometimes if I familiar with a name, I don't have to copy and paste if I know who the pick is. And yeah. Just got to find my comprehensive write-up on the Orioles. And, you know...
Not sure right now. They probably need to be put in the...
Athletics pick is in. I'm sure it's already been leaked, but, you know, some of these picks, I'm just... let's see here. Eric Booth Jr. Here we go. Yes, so he is a 20 to 25 home run hitter. Great pick, and got it up just in time. Just in time. There we go. Let's try again. All right, it's at 93%, and now Draft Utopia is just lagging. It's not even letting me. I'm going to keep typing in the fonts because I forgot to add the fonts, which is an important part of the code. It's like the actual grades for each team. So I'm going to do that now so that once we get to certain teams later in the draft, we're not royally fucked if a reach happens. Yeah, I could leak the picks, but it's better to be prepared than to be screwed. Because I didn't think I screwed up that badly when setting up the draft results page. I forgot to set up the fonts with the actual team grades for almost all of the teams in the league. And now we're up to 20. So now we've got the fonts for up to 20. That's good. Athletics haven't announced their pick yet. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right, we got our top 28 listed. Now we're just gonna list the picks because I think, yeah, I didn't list the fonts for 29 through 40. So now we've got the fonts up for everybody picking in the 31 through 40 range. I'm seeing if I can knock out all the fonts really quickly here. Because believe me, if I get... Oh, crap, I forgot to add the White Sox. I typed White Sox in on the frickin' draft results page last night. Making me retype it again. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, man, and the commissioner butchered Chalowski's name. Chalowski.
He sounds like he was getting stoned while reading the name.
Chalowski.
Well, that commissioner's retiring in 2029, so there will be less blunders like that moving forward. And Drew Burress is the pick, so the Athletics are getting an A+ here. This is easily the best player on the board from a value standpoint. I know the Athletics need pitching, but they cannot pass on a player as good as Chalowski here. You could argue it's an A grade instead of an A+, but they go with the center fielder here, and they get Drew Burress, the home run king. I can't argue with this pick. Well, Denzel Clark, if there is a weak link in this batting lineup, it's probably at center fielder, and you were able to address that need. So that's why it's a great pick. So center fielder was probably their biggest need in the batting lineup, but a lot of people didn't think Burress would be here this late. He is here, and yeah, Drew Burress, the home run king, is a... All right, so yes, Drew Burress is an Athletic, and yeah, there it is, Burress, the home run king. And I've got all the fonts updated for every team. We've got a font. We don't have an image for every team, but we have a font for every team, and we're ready to go. Shit, did I forget to type Drew Burress in? Yeah, I did. Okay, but A+ grade, Drew Burress easily. Home run king goes to the Athletics, and so far, everyone's drafted well except the Royals. Everyone's got an A+ except the Royals, so...
Understandable.
Yeah. It's funny, though. Only 2 more picks left on Peacock. Then Williams probably going to go handle some business, and then he'll probably come back around 4 to see if the White Sox have made their pick at 34. Because I know he wants to see that, but I don't think he wants to be here for the entire draft, and I can respect that. He took a lot of time. I appreciate it. And, we got the Braves up at number 9. Now that wait, let's see. Are we all caught up on the, no, we're not all caught up. We got a 8-ball DeBurris. Now we're all caught up. And then, let's see if we type Burris in the top of the news ticker here. Just see if, yeah, I'm doing that right now. And yeah, the Athletics get Burris. Let's see if the Braves, I'm typing in the Braves on X. Find out what the Braves have done at 9. The pick's probably been leaked. AJ Gracia, who hit .354 with 14 home runs and 48 RBIs, has just been picked by the Braves. AJ Gracia is a Brave. I had a late first-round pick on Gracia. Shit. I don't know if it's a horrible pick, but it's not an A+. It is the Braves. They do have a better track record than the Royals, so maybe I should give them the benefit of the doubt. Not like a total benefit of the doubt, but a little bit to where it's like, But yeah, AJ Gracia is the 9th pick in the draft here, and who did they have at center fielder, though, under contract? They have Michael Harris Jr., he's under contract till 2033. So you have Michael Harris Jr. under contract till 2033, and you take Gracia at 8. I mean, I had Gracia in the sandwich portion of the first round. I like him, but I don't love him, and I think this is a reach by the Braves. But you got guys who are going to be free agents soon. I would have spent this pick on a player that can help you now. This is not a guy, but maybe this is Ronald Acuna Jr.'s replacement, William. Ronald Acuna Jr., he has an injury history. He's a 2029 UFA. We were talking about on the show Ozzie Albies 2028 UFA at second base. Ronald Acuna Jr. 2029 UFA. They chose an outfielder over an infielder. That tells me the Braves are more likely to extend Albies, even if it means losing Acuna Jr. Because I cannot see them keeping both players. I cannot see that. So I'm making sure AJ Gracia, where did I mock him in the mock draft? I'm just trying to think. Gracia, I know I put him somewhere in the first round. Did I have him in the sandwich portion? I thought Cole Carlin, Zion Rose, Mason Edwards, Logan Redmond. AJ Gracia, I had the Cubs taking Gracia at 23. So, again, not a bad pick, but not a pick I expected the Braves to make. And what is AJ? I got to look up AJ Gracia really quickly. Can he play multiple positions in the outfield? That is going to determine if I give the Braves a good grade or if I give them a D+. Because it's the freaking Braves. They're not a team with a notorious history for screwing up in the draft. They actually have a better right fielder and center fielder. Yeah, he's Acuna's replacement. Acuna's a 2029 UFA. That guy's his replacement. That is pretty evident there, William. I mean, that is how. See, this is Baseball Reference will tell you if a player plays one position or multiple positions, William. And
right.
AJ Gracia played right fielder in addition to center right fielder at Duke. Completely overlooked that. But sometimes you got to watch +1 draft tape. Max Clare at Purdue, another example.
Yeah.
I did not know Gracia had a history at and now the Rockies are up, but I do have the Gracia picking, and now that we know this guy's being drafted to be Acuna's replacement, I'll give this a solid C. I had him ahead of Zion Rose on the board. You could give it a C plus if you want, because we'll give it a C plus. It is a reach, but again, it's the Braves. They have a better track record than the freaking Royals, and I think with this lineup here that this is going to be. I think Grossi is a good player to build around, and he could play right field. So the Rockies take another shortstop. They just drafted Ethan Holiday last year, and they take Tyler Bell. Like, they just drafted Ethan Holiday in the top 5 last year, and they take another shortstop. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, you need pitching, you need a second baseman, and you need pitching. Do you think Tyler Bell's going to move to second base? Do you think Holiday's going to move to second base? If not, this is a horrible pick. It's a great value, but I don't think the Rockies need a shortstop. They need a second baseman. I would think they're moving one of them
moving to second base.
I don't know if they're moving Bell to second base or if they're moving Holiday to second base, because Jackson Holiday was a shortstop in high school, and then when the Orioles drafted him, they moved him to second base. So they're moving one of these guys to second base. I just don't know who. I'm looking here.
Wow, Holiday was drafted higher, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ethan Holiday was drafted 4th overall last year.
Yeah.
And he was the projected best player for most of the draft process. So Tyler Bell, I think he's going to play shortstop with the Rockies, but I want to see what people are saying about Tyler Bell. Bell has all the ingredients to play a solid shortstop. He has average speed but a quick first step, smooth actions, reliable hands. His defensive instincts would allow him to play almost anywhere on the diamond if he ends up in a utility role. He's gritting through the shoulder injury to play for the Wildcats, but that will require surgery. Okay. He's the guy who's moving to second base then, okay? If his shoulder injury requires surgery, they're keeping Holiday at shortstop and moving him to second base. That's
for sure.
That's pretty obvious, William. It's not.
Yeah,
wait,
I was going to go over on draft
the remaining picks on Peacock. I thought the picks. Okay, I thought they were only airing this on MLB Network. And they're bringing out some drummers to pretend to be like Nick Cannon and Bring It On. They're bringing out some drummers. They're doing their best Nick Cannon Bring It On impression here at Philly. So, yeah, Tyler Bell is the pick. Let me just... I like Tyler Bell, but I'm going to probably give this a B. Because I don't think he's a true second baseman. But he is going to move to second base, I think. Wait, let me type in Tyler Bell. Let's find out how many positions Tyler Bell played. I know I'm wasting a little bit of time here, but... Okay, played, let's see, played fielding. He played shortstop for 56 games at Kentucky. He played at community college. He played 1 game at second base, and he had a fielding percentage of 1,000 in that game. He had a fielding percentage of 667 at shortstop. That and the shoulder surgery tells me he's moving to second base.
Yep.
And I didn't see, this is why you go to Baseball Reference, because I will always assume a player can only play one position unless I watch the tape or unless I have proof that they played more than one position. And I don't think Holiday's moving out of shortstop. So but I do think there were better options. I like the Texas A&M second baseman a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's not that I dislike the Rockies pick, but I think they needed a second baseman. I don't think they got the right guy.
Yeah.
And they're back for pick 11. I don't want to give the Rockies a C grade. I think a B grade's more appropriate. But yeah, it's not an A grade for me. I mean, it's not a horrible pick either, but you know. Trying to find the Tyler Bell write-up. Where did I get? Oh, I gave the Texas Rangers Tyler Bell at 16. But yeah, he played at Kentucky for 2 years. And then he only played 2 games before that. But one of them he was a second baseman. And yeah. Because even though Tyler Bell is a shortstop, is his default position, they have Ethan Holiday. They're not gonna move Ethan Holiday out of shortstop if they drafted him ahead of. I just don't think that's realistic. And Tyler Bell had shoulder surgery. There's more risk to keeping him at shortstop and moving Holiday to second base when you drafted Holiday higher. There just is. There's more risk. And okay, let's see here. I've finally got the Tyler Bell pick updated on the site. And I've got the last 2 picks updated. I'm just, I think the simulator screwed up, but like, I'm so far behind on picks. Simulator didn't screw up. I'll share the tab here. It was, let me get the, I had 2 center fielders ahead of Gracia, but the Braves are drafting him as a right fielder. I just looked at talent. I didn't take versatility into account. That's why we're seeing so many of these surprises, William.
Yeah.
Teams clearly value the versatility aspect of this. That's why we're seeing all these surprises. But yeah, you know, we'll see.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to get out of here until about another hour and a half or so. I'll hit you back.
Yeah, he'll probably come back on at 4, and then if by then, if we get to pick, I'll text you when we get to pick 30. But I don't think we'll get to pick 30 until 4. If I had to take an educated guess.
Why? I'm just sitting here.
Plus, your pit bull wants to have some fun. Who am I to deny you that? Go have some fun. All right, that was William Yanish of Under the Bleachers. Chris Hagopian is the pick here. I like this pick for the Nationals. Hagopian, second baseman, Texas A&M. It's a good pick for them. That's a good pick for them. Okay, I'll probably give this a. You took the 10th best player at 11.
The 10th best player at 11.
That is an A. That is a B plus at worst. It is an A at best because it's not, it's not the best overall player on the board, but I'm not going to nitpick either. So that's probably an A minus for me.
Oh. All right, man. I'll see you after a bit.
All right. Have fun. All right. So we already got the pick type. Perfect. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. I could give it an A+, but I'm big on value. Let me see what the Nationals have. Before I judge a book by its cover. They have stability at shortstop with C.J. Abrams. They have Dylan Cruz at right fielder. You have James Wood. He had 17 home runs at left fielder. You got Brady House as your future third baseman. Got Trey Lipscomb. You don't have a future second baseman, so actually this is a good pick. This is a really good pick for the Nationals. Because they weren't going to pick a shortstop. You could argue Gio Rojas should have been the pick, but high school pitchers have questionable tendencies, you know? So I'm kind of standing on the A- hill there. Because maybe an A. I might move this up to an A. It's not going to be an A+, but Chris Hopopian only had one error in 42 games. All right, write-up is done. The Nationals. Maybe I will go A+. So I was originally going to go A-, but after taking that into account, yeah, I'm probably going to go A+, because second baseman's a need for the Nationals, whereas shortstop is not a need for the Nationals. So that does bump up the grade, I think, because not only did you address a need, you got a top 10 player at 11. That is fantastic value as well, in addition to that. But yeah, because I honestly think the Nationals probably should have picked. I think Rockies probably should have picked Hopopian. Let me share this tab though, and let me also try to get some picks updated here. All right, so the next pick is in. What are the Angels going to do? And the Angels are about to make their official selection here, so I do have a little bit of water, but I don't even get a second to rest. Jared Gridlinger, Huntington Beach. That is a reach. That is a reach by the Angels at 12. I do have a second. I did not do a write-up on Gridlinger because I had a second-round grade on Gridlinger, okay? But yeah, Gridlinger. I'm not going to give this an F because he's on my draft simulator, but it is a massive reach at 12. Let's be real here. Gridlinger is not a player I would have picked this early. But there's a lot of people that love his duel, and they're saying that he will be as a batter. But, you know, so the Angels get Gridlinger at 12. And now, is Jacob Lombard still on the board? Yeah, he is. The Cardinals, though, are in an interesting spot. Lombard is dropped. The team that takes Lombard probably knows they're going to have to reach for him, and yeah. Trevor Condon from Etowah High School. So, damn. Okay. Etowah High School in Georgia. Okay. So the Cardinals are on the clock here. Just a pretty big reach in general. Unless Gridlinger is, unless our information's incorrect, and it has been before, so buy at your own risk. But Gridlinger, it does sound like Gridlinger is going to be the pick. I won't officially leak it yet until Condon is, Trevor Condon, that is the pick. I don't know if the card, yeah. I can at least get behind this pick. I don't think it's the best pick from a value standpoint, but I can at least, I'm probably going to give this a B-. Let me see who the Cardinals have at center fielder. They don't have a center fielder, so we'll give it a B+. We'll give it a B. Solid B, I think. They got their center fielder of the future for this rebuild. And it was the top center fielder on the board. Marlins pick should be in any minute. Toa. So yes. B grade. Maybe a B plus, but it's definitely a B grade for me from a value standpoint. It's a solid pick. It's the best player on the board, but yeah, that's the pick, and yeah. Jacob Lombard, the best player on the board, the Marlins. They get Jacob Lombard at 14. So they replace Khalil Watson with Lombard. And since the Diamondbacks pick is in, Ryder Helfrich is a Diamondback. So, Marlins. But yeah, we're going to get the Jacob Lombard pickup right now. Good. So, Restream auto-drafted for me. And it does sound like Ryder Helfrich is the pick. I'm waiting for Manfred to confirm it. And then we'll get the grade up for the Marlins. It is Helfrich. So the people who leaked that pick were correct. That is officially official. Brian Sweet's Texas Rangers are on the clock. Now, his team, the Rangers, they're up at 16. All right, yeah. So Helfrich. So again, the Marlins. So I'm looking at the Diamondbacks. How many players? Rojas could have helped them. Fluky could have helped them. But yeah, they don't need a shortstop. So this is a great pick for the Diamondbacks. They get him a little bit later than I figured. He falls a few spots, but again, the Cardinals. Ryder Helfrich. Okay. So let me go back into Restream here. All right, so we're not only on picks 14, 2A+ grades for the Marlins and the Diamondbacks. Really good value here by Arizona to get those players. Rangers. Gio Rojas was 8th on my board. It is Rojas. Gio Rojas, 8th best player. That is another. So Gio Rojas, Justin LeBron has fallen in the draft. So is Cameron Flukie. Flukie, I don't know what the medicals are with Flukie, but Rojas is available. And yeah, this is an A+, another A+ grade here. We have seen a ton of A+ grades here. And I think there's one more player in my top 10 still available. Yeah, I'm not waiting. I would rather go to MLB Network if you guys are going to pull this shit, Peacock. Stoneman Douglas High School. You just got to copy and paste the Rangers write-up. I do think Peacock's done a better job leaking the picks than MLB Network. Things have moved a lot faster, but at the same token, it's like, yeah. Okay, so we're actually got a few seconds to spare, and the pick has not been turned in yet. The Astros still deciding what to do here. And now the pick is in. The Astros have officially submitted their pick. Let's find out what they did. Logan Hughes. Did we have Logan Hughes in the simulator? I know we had a player from Texas Tech on the simulator, but I don't think it was Logan Hughes. It is Logan Hughes. Logan Hughes is a need for the Astros. I had him at 46 on the draft simulator, but, you know, the Astros... So Logan Hughes is on the simulator. We didn't have to reset. I'm so happy we got the player right. And, you know, Logan Hughes, this is going to be an A+, because I know he's 46th on our simulator, but it's the Astros. They need a left fielder, and they just got their future left fielder with this pick. Justin LeBron and Cameron Flukie are both going to be available. And it is Justin LeBron. The fucking Reds sniped us. The Reds have Ellie De La Cruz, but... yeah. So the Reds are taking Justin LeBron. So Justin LeBron is officially a Red. They may have sniped our teams. So, again, we'll try to be positive about this. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Cleveland could still get a really good player. So could Boston. But so I hope this is wrong. I really fucking hope we take Fluky and that this intel is completely wrong. Fuck. Yes, so it does sound like
I'm sorry, the person.
okay. Joey's busy. All right. Let's just appreciate the time we did get and not push this. I cannot believe Cleveland, of all teams, took a fucking reliever at 19. And when I say Cleveland took a reliever at 19, this is a guy with an ERA of almost 5, and he cannot pitch more than 4 to 5 innings. I don't think Liam Peterson's the answer. I think Cleveland just wasted their first-round pick. This is probably Cleveland's worst first-round pick. The positive is the last time I hated a Cleveland draft pick, it was 2011, and Francisco Lindor surprised the hell out of me. So that is the good news for Cleveland fans. The last time I hated one of their first-round picks, because going back to that 2011 draft, let me look at the 2011 MLB draft. I vividly remember wanting another player over Lindor in 2011. I don't remember who I wanted, but I think I wanted, yeah, because they took Lindor at 9. I vividly remember wanting Sonny Gray. I was pissed we didn't draft Sonny Gray at the time. I was 20. I was only 20, and the 20-year-old teenager in me, the grown-up, going through adolescence, was pretty pissed off that we passed on Jackie Bradley Jr. There were other players I had higher than... I had Lindor, but again, Lindor... I was not high on Lindor, and he ended up surprising the hell out of me. So, I'm being like, shit. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. We wasted our fucking pick. I'm pissed. Leland just took the Anthony Richardson of pitchers. The Anthony Richardson of pitchers. You're fucking... The Anthony Richardson of pitchers, yeah. So, I do have Richards. I do have him as a reliever. I think he's going to move to the bullpen, but we'll see. I'm not... The last time... Because I remember I wanted Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray is the player I wanted Cleveland to draft in 2011, and we took Lindor. I was pissed about it at first, but then we got to the World Series, so... If history is repeating itself, that means Cleveland's going to get to another World Series. This is a sign. The last time I was this pissed about a draft pick, I wanted Cleveland... It was 2011. I wanted Cleveland to draft... I wanted Cleveland to draft Sonny Gray out of Vanderbilt. We took Lindor, and we ended up in the World Series 5 years later. So, is history repeating itself? We will see. But you know, I would have preferred to have Fluky. The Red Sox took a... Oh, boy. Where is Jake Schaffner? I didn't even have this guy... Yeesh. Schaffner... So I think we're going to have to hand the Red Sox. Yes, so Liam Peterson. Let's see if this even fits. It does. Oil record. You will suck. Let me get back to the Padres. I think the Padres just took the player. I mocked them. Let me get back to the damn Padres here. Wait, did the Padres take Carson Bowman? Cameron Flukie is a Tiger. Yeah, Cameron Flukie's a Tiger. Cameron Flukie is going to be a Tiger. Everyone got better. We got worse. Let me I think I had Coleman Borthwick in the second round, but I want to double check here. The Mariners are about to make their pick. But yeah, I'm finally caught up on the site. I still need to type picks in via code, but you know, Ace Reese. So the Mariners get Ace Reese at 24. That is another fantastic pick. Yeah, Ace Reese, that is going to be... Yeah, Ace Reese at this point. The Mariners with an excellent pick in Ace Reese here at 24. The Mariners just extended their World Series window with this pick. And yeah. So the Brewers are on the clock here. Let me get updated on some picks here. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna, while I'm typing some picks in, we're at 49%. Is he on the simulator table? I thought we had someone. Yes, so Carter Beck, big reach by Atlanta here. We've had a lot of reaches today, William. A lot of reaches. A lot of reaches. I was not high. Okay, are you back, William? Or is this Joey? I am pissed off about the Liam Peterson pick, but hey, the last time I was pissed off about a pick, it was 2011. I was at Rant Sports. Draft Utopia didn't exist. I wanted Cleveland to get Vanderbilt pitcher Sonny Gray. They took Lindor. They made the World Series 5 years later, and Lindor made me eat my words very, very quickly. So, you know, are we going to get a similar result with Peterson here, in your opinion, Joey?
I don't know what's happening.
Liam Peterson was picked by the Guardians at 19. The Florida Gators pitcher. He has an ERA of 4.95. He can only pitch 4 to 5 innings, and I don't see him as a starter. I see him as a reliever. So
I think that's good.
18th on ML.com, but I don't.
Well, I'm not going to look at that. I'm just going to look at what the Guardians have right now. And what they have right now, they have a little bit of a problem at middle reliever because they've got like 2 guys that they're having to use that aren't really great. So bringing up another one, drafting one that can go 4 or 5 innings at a time and throw some good stuff, that's only going to help them.
I like Peterson.
Last night, one of them almost blew a game.
Not show the volume needed to be an MLB starting pitcher, but I do like him as a reliever. If Cleveland's one of these teams that he might succeed. He might surprise some people there. There have been some reaches, but I don't think it's a horrible pick.
It's like the middle reliever they've been using a lot. I forget his name. He's only been with the team this year. It's like yesterday. He nearly a 4-1 lead the Guardians, and it ended up they went through. But he went in there and got. I think he got the first out, then gave up a 2-run home run. It was, he lasted like a third of an inning, 2/3, and he was gone. And he's had a couple outings like that. So, they need another middle reliever.
I mean, he can pitch. I project him as a long reliever, but he might move to middle reliever because his ERA at Florida was 4.95, and they was pitching 4 to 5 innings a game at Florida as a starting pitcher. That I was when I said it listed him as a long reliever, I was taking volume into account. He can pitch 1 to 2 good innings before crapping the bed royally. So that's the ideal role for a middle reliever. Is middle relievers typically pitch 1-2 good innings and then they crap the bed if they're in there for more than 2 innings. That's typically what the middle reliever does. And yeah, we've seen some pretty big reaches. The Mets just took a reach. I mean, Carter Beck was Indiana State's very first round pick since Larry Bird. I mean, the very first so Indiana State actually got a player in the first round. The Astros have had a sneaky good draft as well. They got the Notre Dame pitcher that we liked at 28. So, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what happens here. Who is the top player on the board, on my board anyway? I would say right now, Hunter Dietz. I think Hunter Dietz, Arkansas's best pitcher, their number 1 starter, has not been picked yet. He's 13th on my board, and a guy that Arkansas's third best pitcher got picked by the Mets. After that, Brody Bumilla, high school pitcher, And Aiden Robbins is still available. Daniel Jackson's still available. Tomey's still available. There is a lot of good value still available. And I am genuinely curious to see who is able to take full advantage of that and get a really good return in the sandwich portion of round 1. We've got 11 picks left, and then the draft's over. But yeah, the Astros took Jack Radell, the Houston Cougars. Not Houston, Notre Dame pitcher. I don't know why I said Houston Cougars. So, and Radell was a 3-year starting pitcher at Notre Dame. So that's the Astros get, and they get a left fielder. They may have reached for those positions, but they got really good value with both selections. So I got to give them credit there. And I think right now, I don't know who I'm going to end up putting on the Astros yet. But, yeah, we've got... But the Astros... Carson Bowman. Wow. I had Carson Bowman in at 21 to the Padres, and the Giants get him at 29. So that is really good value. The Giants, they are getting really good value. Ace Reese to the Mariners is a pretty big steal. Yeah, Carter Beck barely cracked the top 200 on MLB.com. He's listed at 194, but he had 16 home runs. His batting average is above 300. Do you trust the Braves as an organization more, or do you trust where MLB has him ranked at 194 on MLB's prospect pipeline with Jonathan Mayo and Jim Callis? It really comes down to that. I do trust them more, but yeah, Carson Bowman, that is a very interesting pick here, and I'm in the process of typing the final 2 picks for the. I got the grades up, but I'm in the process of typing. I'm not opposed to going with Bowman for the sandwich portion of the first round. Obviously, we're going to have another cover photo for the sandwich portion of the first round, but yeah, Cleveland traded this pick for Patrick Bailey, and the Giants were able to get a player with it, a player that 21st best player was we got Carson Bowman. I had him going to the Padres, and they got him at 29, so that's really good value for the Giants. They are definitely one of the winners today, I believe. The Pirates got Derek Carriel. Williams, I should let William know that we're on pick 30. All right. So I know he wanted to come back just to see what the White Sox did. I mean, looking at the draft, Carriel went to the Pirates at 5, but he has experience at center field in addition to left field. The Pirates need a center fielder. Eric Booth Jr. went to the Orioles. Athletics got Drew Burress. Braves reached for A.J. Gracia, but Gracia has experience at right fielder, and more than likely, Gracia is probably going to be replacing Ronald Acuna Jr., who is a 2020. Ronald Acuna Jr. is a 2029 UFA, and with his injury history, I think the Braves made that pick because Ozzie Albies is a 2028 UFA, and Acuna is a 2029 UFA. So if the Braves only have enough to extend one of those guys without going over the luxury tax, it's pretty clear that Albies is the guy they're going to choose to extend. This draft pretty much affirmed that. Royals reach for Taylor Rabe. I'm just seeing if anyone... Helfrich went to the Diamondbacks. That was a pretty good steal at 15 by Arizona. Jacob Lombard from Gulliver Prep, 7th best player. Some had him as high as 4. He dropped to the Marlins. So, yeah, I mean, Marlins, and he'll be ready by 2030 when the Marlins shortstop becomes a UFA and they decide, oh, we're too cheap to pay him, and then they'll have Lombard on a rookie deal. So the Marlins continue to take advantage of the system. And, the Marlins, they drafted Khalil Watson a few years ago, Joey. I liked Watson. I had him at 8 on my board. He fell to 16. I remember that woman who was the GM of the Marlins drafted him, and the organization gave up on him too quickly because he had some maturity problems when he was younger. But he's done a nice job in Cleveland. I don't think he's a long-term starter, but, I'll say this about Khalil Watson. He's stepped up with the injuries the Guardians have had at center fielder. And he was a shortstop, so I'll give him credit when credit is due. He hasn't been spectacular, but he's been reliable and solid as a backup in that role. So, again, we'll see what happens. Lions got fluky. Not Lions, the Tigers got fluky. So Cameron Fluky's a Tiger. Tyler Bell's a Rocky. Paul DePodesta's first draft pick with the Rockies is Tyler Bell.
Yeah, Paul DePodesta's never succeeded anywhere except for when he was
I
under
like
Billy
Tyler
Beane.
Bell. The problem is he's never played in Kentucky. He only played shortstop. He played one game at second base in community college, but his fielding percentage at second base was 1,000. His fielding percentage at shortstop in community college was 667. And here's the kicker: Tyler Bell. The Rockies just drafted Ethan Holiday last year. And Tyler Bell had shoulder surgery, but the media did not know about it. It was kept completely under wraps until today. It just came out this morning, and Paul DePodesta takes him anyway at 10.
Yeah, Paul DePodesta doesn't look at the player. He's not that good at it. He looks at the stats. And that's why he failed so miserably with the Browns. That's why he failed so miserably before going to the Browns when he was in baseball the first time. That's why Billy Beane had to be there to filter him out. He's like Vince Russo when everybody gave him credit when it was really Vince McMahon. That's kind of what Paul DePodesta is. He's a con man. He's a good one, but he's a con man. And so with the Rockies, man, the Rockies are a bad organization as is. The only way they can win because of how high Colorado is up is if they have a lineup full of sluggers and they can knock in 8 to 10 runs a game like they used to. That's the only way they can succeed. Because pitchers just can't get a good run.
How many good executives are in the state of Arizona? I got this question over an email. I'd say one, and that guy's now in Utah, and that's Bill Armstrong. He was the St. Louis Blues assistant GM when they won the Stanley Cup, went to the Arizona Coyotes. He actually drafted well with the Coyotes before they relocated to Utah, and the Utah Mammoth finally made the playoffs thanks to Bill Armstrong's tireless work ethic, his drafting. He hired Alan Heppel, former Avalanche director of scouting, after Sakic fired him, because Heppel was the guy who got Sakic, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen, Nate McKinnon, Landeskog. And Sakic fired him the year before the Avs won the Cup, so Bill Armstrong picks him up for the rebuild in Arizona. He doesn't fire him. He lets him make some input, and both Bill Armstrong and Alan Heppel turned around the Utah Kraken. So I'm counting that as the only successful draft GM in Arizona, because as of lately, Joey, Arizona is where good GMs go to die, except for the Utah GM, who's formerly the Coyotes, but they relocated, so they don't count anymore. Cardinals have a terrible GM situation. Diamondbacks made the World Series a few years ago, but it's been very grim ever since. Suns had a horrible GM situation after they traded Chris Paul, so Arizona's where good GMs go to die, I guess. I'm not trying to be funny.
The world
it's just
for Jerry Colangelo to come back. Oh, those were the days.
I guess so.
Wasn't he like the last Arizona level Hall of Fame type GM? So
Damn, the
Yeah.
Cardinals got another steal. I mean, the Cardinals, they got Trevor Condon. They reached for Trevor Condon, but they just took Tegan Coons in the sandwich portion of the first round. So Tegan Coons
Well,
is a Cardinal.
Condon, I wouldn't say Condon was a reach, even though they took him earlier
I had
than
him at 18,
expected.
and they needed a center fielder, though. So it wasn't a horrible pick. I gave it a B.
Yeah. Condon is a good player to develop. I mean, you can't sit there and say it's a bad pick because
he's
he's
the
a young
center
guy.
fielder on the board, and they
Yeah,
needed a
he's-
center fielder. So you could argue this is an A+. I just had him at 18 on my
Yeah.
board. There were better
Yeah,
players available.
He's a young guy. I think they have enough firepower at center field for a year or two, but it's not great and it's not going to last. So getting him ready in a year or two, he's still just coming out of high school. He's going to be fine.
The Reds got Justin LeBron at 18, and they have Ellie De La Cruz at shortstop. So I don't know how the heck he's going to fit with the Reds. But he was my number 9 player, the last player in the top 10. I was hoping Cleveland would snag him, but I hate to say it, the Reds sniped not just Cleveland, they sniped my mom's Red Sox in the process. And yes, somewhere in the outskirts, Terry Francona is not smiling, knowing that his front office just sniped both of his former teams.
As long as he's good.
Yep. We'll see. The Rays 33. Just try. I found Dietz number 14 on my simulator still available. Brody Bumilla, high school pitcher, still available. Aiden Robbins, Texas center fielder, still there. So is Daniel Jackson out of Georgia. So far, Bolden's been the best player picked in the sandwich portion. Coons is also a pretty good value pick at 32. Yankees or Phillies could end up getting a massive steal in this draft. And the Blue Jays, Dodgers, too. One of them could end up getting a massive, massive steal in this draft. What to do about Emerson? They take another shortstop, Taj Marchand from James Island Charter High School. They already took Emerson at 2. I'm kind of curious where Marchand ranked on Taj Marchand. Where did he rank? I don't think he ranked as low as the late 100s like the Braves second first round pick, but I didn't see him in the top 70, and I'm looking right now to make sure I didn't forget him. I'm making sure I didn't forget him. But I don't see him anywhere. Yeah, so maybe no, because I remember Marchand was MLB has him at 37. Okay, so MLB has him at 37. That's not horrible, but he's kind of young. That was probably one of the best players I didn't add to the simulator because I could only had enough time to add 56 because I was focused on the NBA NHL drafts. More so I mainly worked on the MLB Draft Simulator on Sundays. I'll make sure to add him. I think that's a decent pick by the Rays here. James Island High School. The White Sox with the Pirates pick. Oh, knock knock, hola. I got a knock knock text. I just saw that, William. That's my fault, bro. I just saw that. Your pick is in. Your White Sox are up, William. Damn it,
Yes,
camera turned off. Okay, now you're back. Hey, William, you're back.
Sweet. Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. The White Sox are back on the clock. This must be a field day for you.
We're gonna get what's his name, aren't we? The one I was talking about when we went out there. Why am I drawing a blank?
Who we get in here?
I know who the rumor has been. Why the hell can't I remember his name?
It was Landon Tomey.
Yeah, there we go.
Because I heard that too because what I heard last night is when the White Sox traded for this pick, The guy they wanted at 34 was Landon Tomey, Jim Tomey's son. So
That's what everyone's been saying too. So
and he can play third base. He can play second base. He
I
can
like
play
it.
first base and DH as well. His player comp is Brandon Lowe. So I mean, yeah, that White Sox, they got their
And they saved half his salary
yeah
earlier, so by getting Kozlowski. So
by getting Kozlowski, they saved 1.3 million, and yeah,
I'm
that is an
happy.
excellent pick. That is an excellent pick by the White Sox. This is the type of pick they needed to make. I guess they have Landon Tomey listed as a shortstop, but they have a third baseman. He can play anywhere in the infield, and honestly, the White Sox might end up playing him at first base because that's the position they need the most. They already have stability at third base and second base. I feel like he'll be the second infielder. He'll be the infielder that completes the diamond outside of catcher. And I think that's a really good value pick for the White Sox.
Yeah, I agree.
At least the Yankees didn't get him. That's the one positive I could take away from today's draft.
Yeah. We feel about the Yankees like we feel about the Cowboys in my world, anyway.
Yeah, the Yankees, we'll see. That might be the cover photo for. I'm debating on who to put on the cover photo right now. I think the highest player on my board that got picked at 29 was Carson Bowman, 21st best player available. But I do love the Landon Tomey pick by Chicago here, and I think they'll play him at first base or DH because he can play 4 different positions. I didn't even know he had experience. He was a shortstop on his high school team. I read that on MLB.com, but I also read that his arm strength is not quick enough to be an MLB shortstop, so he'll move to third or second. They have a good third. They have Colson Montgomery moving to second base, their 2021 first-round pick, so I think that sort of leaves him. He'll probably play third and second in the minors, but if he gets called up to the bigs early, he'll probably slot in at first base. That's my guess. Because there's nowhere else. If you keep that core, there's really nowhere else. Unless the Whites... Let me look at something here. I'm going back to pick 1. I want to see the contract details for the White Sox third baseman. I don't think they're going to move Montgomery or... Cholofsky out of shortstop or second base. But I want to see where they have the third baseman that's currently on the roster. Miguel Vargas. I want to see what Miguel... Oh, they already have Neta Murakami at first base too, so they have stability at third and first. So, okay, but let's look at Miguel Vargas's contract. He is a free agent in 2030. Yep, that aligns with the timeline. 2030 is probably when Tomey's going to be ready for the MLB. So that aligns with the timeline. They don't have to pay Vargas now. They got his replacement. It works. You know.
Now it's time to win some baseball. Quit screwing around.
You know, the Yankees. They these fans, the Yankees are on the clock here. Pick is in. I think the Yankees got it. Everybody outside of the Twins, everyone and the Tigers. Tigers got fluky at 22. So I think the Tigers. I'm not saying the Guardians can't reload. They hardly have any. Hunter Dietz was my number 1 player available. And the freaking Yankees got him.
I'm on air. What?
Damn it.
Is it out there?
Yes.
We're almost done. But yeah, Hunter Dietz, that was the player I had. I had him at 13 overall. The Yankees got best player.
Sorry about that, guys.
Why don't you ever put that in a place where people can find it?
But he has 2 elbow surgeries, though. He had 2 elbow surgeries, so if they're both on the same elbow, that explains why Dietz, my 13th best player, slid all the way to this slot. And it's a left-handed pitcher, so he had 2 elbow surgeries. Are they both on the left elbow? Like, did the Yankees leak this so that he'd fall to them? Because I did not hear anything about the elbow surgeries when reading on his scouting report. So MLB teams must have had the medicals and kept everything within house. But yeah, William, the Yankees get the best player in my entire first round that made it to the sandwich portion of the first round, the Yankees. So the Yankees are a winner of this draft. This is the last time they got value this good. They got Aaron Judge in the sandwich portion in 2013. He also had a broken leg at one point. So, again, 2 elbow surgeries and a broken leg. Medicals on him must have been horrible for him to drop from 13 to 35. That's the only thing I can think of as to why he slipped to the Yankees.
Who did the Yankees get?
Hunter Dietz. I had him at 13 on my big board on my MLB Draft Simulator. I had him at 13th overall, and the fucking Yankees got him at 35.
Well, that's fitting. That's typical sports, you know. I mean, they, you know, draft so many crap players, you know, so the good players can fall to the good teams.
Yeah, but the Yankees only have a slot value of $2.8 million. They're probably going to have to pay him like $5 million, and that's going to deplete their ability to get other good players in the later rounds.
Good. I think Yankees are everybody's.
I'm trying to find a Hunter Dietz picture on X, because if I Google Hunter Dietz, I'm going to get the wrong picture, and then if I get the wrong picture, it's going to not be a JPEG, and I'm going to have to recrop it, and I don't want to have to do that. Well, But yeah, I'm trying to find a picture of Hunter Dietz. I like the Arkansas red more than the Arkansas gray or the Arkansas white. I've always thought Arkansas looks best in red, so there's Hunter Dietz in white and gray, but it looks very bland. Whereas Hunter Dietz, okay, here we go. We got a good one. The bad news is it's Sports Illustrated, and everything Sports Illustrated is never JPEG. But yeah, Hunter Dietz, that is the pick. It's a great pick by the Yankees. The best player on our board after the top 28. Actually, I'm trying to think here. We had Hunter Dietz at 13. Derek Carriel was at 12. So after Flukie got picked by the Tigers, Hunter Dietz was our number. Actually, we had him at 14 behind Helfrich. So after Hunter Dietz and after the Tigers took Flukie, Hunter Dietz was our number 1 player on the board for 13 picks, and he fell to the frickin' Yankees. This is the same franchise that took John Elway over Tony Gwynn, though, in 1981. And the Phillies just reached for Spangler. I mean, not a horrible reach. He's solid, but, you know, it is a little bit of a reach for the Phillies.
Do you remember what Tony Gwynn did an interview about, you know, how to hit and everything about the mechanics and the mental side of hitting? And he told everybody, you can hit every ball thrown if you just do this, except for that fucking Greg Maddux. This interview, because he was so serious about the whole thing, and then at the end he just threw that line in there, you know, about Maddux, and it's like it's about the only thing you can say.
Yep.
Probably the greatest hitter of all time, just cursing out one pitcher.
Yeah, I think Maddox was a problem for everyone.
He was.
Yeah.
Shit, I forgot who. Oh, Tyler Spangler.
So yeah, man, getting Chalowski and Tomei, they got a couple of
Rockies
legacies
have
there, man.
37 and 38, and then the Dodgers have 40. I'm curious who the top player on my board is now. Ace Reese is gone. Tyler Bell is gone. Brody Bumilla, high school pitcher from Massachusetts. So lefty from Massachusetts has not gone in the first round since I think 1984 or something. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Robbins and Jackson are both available. The Rockies, if they were smart, they would load up on both of those guys. And save face. But Paul DePodesta is going to screw up again. He is. That's why Joey's walking around his house, because he knows Paul DePodesta is going to screw up again. No, I guess he didn't screw up. I guess the Rockies took Daniel Jackson out of Georgia, 31 home runs. Okay, the Rockies, a good pick all of a sudden.
Not bad, not bad. I like it.
Yeah, Paul DePodesta actually got this one right. I can't believe I'm saying that. But yeah, Paul DePodesta, he got this pick correct. I'm just making sure that I'm probably still going to stay on a little bit longer, even if the draft ends. But I know Joey and William probably. Okay, dang it! I thought this picture was a JPEG. It's actually a web thing, so I'm gonna have to freaking email it to myself again. Damn it! You're telling me there is a server error right now during the MLB draft. Right now during the frickin' MLB draft, you're telling me there's a server error on my email account. No. We're not playing that game. I think that's from Thursday, but whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna have to edit this, and I'm gonna have to change it from a .webp to a .jpeg. I knew that, but I completely overlooked it because I'm an idiot, and I couldn't find any good Arkansas pictures on X. So Paul DePodesta takes Daniel Jackson at 37 while Joey's away, 31 home run catcher at Georgia, and Logan Redeman, who had arm fatigue, is the next Paul DePodesta pick. It's almost like Paul DePodesta's waiting for Joey to roast him, and when Joey disappears, he makes a sneaky good pick. That's his strategy here. That is his strategy here.
Gotta handle that Joey, man.
So in 2025, it was 36%. It's now dropped to 22%. Why do you think that's?
I'm listening. Yeah, don't worry. I hear
I know you're
all of DePodesta's stuff.
But yeah, Daniel Jackson was a great pick. I do like Logan Redeman, but at the same token,
They can provide for their families, and they have seen the cost of a lot of items go up. But however, we also have seen inflation drop, prices drop under the Trump administration. I always say
I got Redeman to fall to San Francisco, right?
yeah, I had Redeman in the frickin' first round, the sandwich portion.
I was just hoping that he fell to a better team than what was on the board at the time.
I'm on the
So I
Mets.
reserved him for a ways.
And now the Rockies are just as bad as the Mets from a pitching. They're great with batters, but from a pitching standpoint, the
They always
Rockies.
have been. Always.
Dollinger was the exception to the rule. Maybe Redmond will be too. We'll see.
I remember when they signed Mike Hampton to that huge ass contract, you know.
Marxist, socialist, and communist
Been a minute.
The Blue Jays are about to make their pick, and MLB Network decides, let's show highlights of the Dodgers. That is such a dick thing to do to Canada. It's only MLB team after they lost the World Series in extra innings. It is such a dick thing to do to Canada.
Stay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the drawback for the Lakers having a great draft and the Dallas Stars getting all A-plus grades for the third time in 4 years. I guess the Guardians having a hiccup in the first round, and it may end up being a good pick. The last time I thought the Guardians made a terrible pick, I ended up eating crow because I thought I liked Lindor, but I had him around 17, and I had Sonny Gray at like 7 that year. And I was pissed we passed on Sonny Gray in 2011 as a 20-year-old. But now it's like, looking back on it, Cleveland made the right decision then. So it's possible. Cleveland's did it 15 years ago. They could very easily do it again. We'll see. Has an MLB team drafted about as badly as the Niners? Well, I don't know if I would go that far. I mean, maybe the Braves. I mean, the Braves took a guy who was 194 on their big board. 194 on MLB.com with their second first-round pick from Indiana State. Red Sox reached at 22. I mean, there have been some, there have been some awful reaches, and the White Sox lead the Athletics currently, and so White Sox do lead the Athletics. Top of the 9th inning, and MLB goes to a commercial when Toronto's on the clock. But yeah, I'm getting the Hunter Dietz photo up, and because that's going to be the pick. Frickin' Yankees end up winning the sandwich portion of the first round. But I think Landon Tomei is going to be an A+ grade too, though, if it makes you feel any better. Landon Tomei and Hunter Dietz and the Giants.
That's 2 guys I wanted them to get, so we're good.
Yeah, you got to be very happy about this draft if you're a White Sox fan. Toronto, Hunter Dietz goes to the Yankees, and yeah, this is
Slid in there and made our move the night before to clear enough space to, $2.9 million or something in that trade.
Cole Carlin, to Arizona State pitcher. Cole Carlin is a Blue Jay. I mean, you talked about Carlin earlier on the podcast, Joey, so that is a good pick for Toronto because they have a lot of turnover after losing the World Series to the Dodgers. And with all the abundance of starting pitchers Toronto has, I have to think Carlin would be a bullpen guy in Toronto. I still think he's more of a starter than a bullpen guy, but even though Joey and I may disagree on that, I'm also looking big picture and saying Carlin is that is a player. He has a cutter, like a cutter slider. I've never heard of that. I've heard of slurve ball. I've heard of power curve. I've heard of cutter. I've never heard of cutter slider. That's unique, to say the least. So Carlin's a Blue Jay. Cole Carlin. Arizona State's Cole Carlin. He's a Blue Jay, and this is cool that they're handing these guys bat of the teams as they get drafted. They're getting because in the PWHL you got like a hockey stick instead of like a women's jersey, you got like a hockey stick with the team that drafted you. So MLB's basically copying PWHL, unless baseball's tradition's been around longer. I don't definitively know, but I don't remember every pick in this draft getting handed a baseball bat with the team that drafted them, William. Maybe that's just a sneaky feature behind the scenes that I've been completely oblivious to this entire time, which more than likely probably is the case, Logan Redeman, and then the Arizona State pitcher, or the Arizona State's pitcher that Arizona State got. Trying to think. Arizona State got Cole Carlin and Logan Redmond. All right, so Cole Carlin. So that's the first. Yeah, because MLB said that this is the start of the second round, but they're saying this is the final pick in the first round because they want to have an even number of picks, and they want to have every team make their pick. And these picks by Toronto and LA were originally first-round picks, and then they sort of like, yeah. So here we go. Cole Carlin. Arizona State's Cole Carlin. And then what are the Dodgers going to do with their final selection here? I'm just curious. And the Dodgers go Bo Lawrence. So the Dodgers. No, I had Bo Lawrence. I think I had him somewhere in my first round. I think I had him as a third baseman. Because I remember I remember talking about that guy on the podcast. I know he's a high school player. Yeah, I had him at 24. I had Bo Lawrence. And Bo Lawrence is maybe a high school shortstop, but I have him as a third baseman. And I had him at 24. So the Dodgers, 6'5", 200-pound third baseman. He may have played shortstop at the MLB Combine, but I think he's a third baseman. Look at his, they're showing his highlights on MLB Network. So if you look at his motion on some of these throws, he does not throw with enough quickness to be a shortstop. He is a third baseman. And the Dodgers needed a third baseman. So, yeah, that's a good pick for them. Bo Lawrence from Christchurch Episcopal High School in South Carolina. So that is a really good value pick for the Dodgers. So yeah, now that I've got all the picks copied, I will. I'm gonna get grades up. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna update the grades. I don't think I'll update the simulator tonight, but I'll have links to the simulator in the description below. And another thing, this is probably the very last time I will link the 2026 MLB Draft Sim and all the 2026 simulators, because I basically said I'm gonna start 2027 as soon as I get the grades and as soon as I update all the picks in the simulator. But if there's a player that got drafted today that's not on the simulator, don't worry, guys. I will add them within the first 24 hours. I will add them within the next 24 hours. It's just I've got a lot going on at the moment, and yeah, we'll see what happens though. MLB.com has got live coverage of rounds 2 through 4. So I will, if anything breaking happens, I won't have draft grades, but if Williams White Sox are up at 41, so if anything interesting happens here, I will reveal what the White Sox do with the draft tracker for round 2, because I want to see the round 2 draft tracker whenever the picks start coming in. They're saying Logan Redmond, that counts as second rounder. I don't think so. It is a first rounder on MLB, so yeah. But I'm going to stick around just to make sure the Hunter Deep. So while rounds 2 through 4 are on MLB.com and the MLB app, I'm not gonna tune into the live stream. I'm simply just gonna grade the first round and see if we get any news on the Guardians or the White Sox while I'm grading picks. I will report that on the show on both Talk Show and Restream, since this is episode 1000, is the season finale, and I know there have been a lot of really good value picks in this do we have anything here? My guess is they are going to wait until like 4:35 or something to announce the White Sox next pick, because they only want, last year ESPN aired the first 3 rounds, but you got to understand ESPN's transitioning here. Oh, and the Guardians are playing the Marlins, and MLB's doing something like Red Zone, where they're airing 4 games at once on MLB Network. So, again, that's the big thing I'm looking at. I'm looking for the grade. I'm looking for the player. I'll load the page. I'll load the page that has our Giants grade. I'm pretty certain we're on the last. We're now officially on the sandwich portion of the second round. I'm pretty certain we're on the sandwich portion of the first round, but if I get any updates on White Sox pick at 41, I think the White Sox do have 2. Oh, did I accidentally crap? I accidentally clicked out of. Give me a second. Give me a damn second, please. Frickin' no, I don't want my NBA mock draft. I know it's the first thing that comes up on Google. That's not what I want. Please, it's not what I want. And we'll try screen sharing this. And do we have anything for round? Nope. So I know for a fact. Or are they going to wait till 4:35? More than likely, they're going to wait till 4:35. But I'm guessing they're only announcing the picks on the screen for MLB.com. They're not listing the picks as they come in, or maybe they're taking like a 5-minute intermission or something. I don't know. Waiting for the dust to settle. But I'll be here to get write-ups for these 11 picks, and if I get any news about the White Sox, next pick at 41, I will be glad to share that as it comes in. But right now, I don't have anything. But we finally do have the write-ups posted for the sandwich portion. I'm not going to update the simulator right now because I have in 2 days. The alarm clock has not here, and I just want to get through this draft and relax. But I'll get through the last 10 picks. I'll get through all the write-ups, and then we do have an update, William, on your White Sox. Cole Prosek, the third baseman that I had a first-round grade on from Magnolia Heights, kicks off round 2. I did have Prosek in my top 40, William. So I had Prosek at 35, 2 spots ahead of Landon Tomei. So on the simulator. So Prosek, Tomei, and you got Prosek, you got Tomei, got 2 really good third basemen, and Prosek can play second base too. So
I like it.
Prosek isn't as tooled up as Eric Booth Jr., but he could join him in the first round because he's one of the most advanced bats in the class. On a program that won 8 consecutive Mid-South championships, All-American Classic. He is the nephew of Brewers third base coach Matt Erickson. I did not know he was related. He'll be 19 on draft day and eligible again as a sophomore in 2028 if he attends Ole Miss. So if the White Sox can't sign him, he'll be on Ole Miss and he'll be eligible again. But I think they will end up getting all these players because they're getting really, really good value. Chase Brunson is a national. I had him in TCU center fielder. I had him in the I had him in the early portion, second round. So that is the first. That is the first pick by the Nationals in round 2 at 42, ranked 50th on MLB. He's another player that was on our simulator, but I didn't have a first round grade on him. So yeah. So we've got 2 updates here: Chase Brunson and Cole Prosek. What do we got? I'm gonna try to get. I'm probably gonna split once I get all the write-ups done for round 1, but I will announce picks as they come in until that point. Taylor Robe, who some had a second round grade on the Royals, reached for him again. The Royals with 2 reaches. I don't think this Rabe is bad, but it is a reach. I'll give this. I think I give the Royals a C- in the first round for taking the 28th best player at 6. I'm probably going to do that again. I mean, I gave the Guardians a C-, but it could end up being a C+. It could end up being really good value. And Carson Tinney, the Texas Longhorns catcher. I did not have Tinney on the draft simulator, but I figured the high school catcher would be the 4th catcher off the board. Nope, it is Will Tinney, 6'4", 240, right-hand stroke, crushes balls, 17 home runs. Carson Tinney is a Minnesota Twin. So the Twins drafted another catcher after getting Von Lackey at 3. They took Carson Tinney, which really makes no sense to me because he's a 3rd rounder on MLB.com. And if he had positional versatility, I could get behind this.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. So Tinney does feel like a little bit of a reach, but yeah.
Yeah, that sure is things that make you go,
And the Pirates with another really good pick, Aiden Ruiz from the Stony Brook High School. I had a first round grade on him. I had him going to Toronto at 39, 5'10", 168, but he manned shortstop for Team USA and was so good that he forced Grady Emerson to move to third base at the East Coast Professional Showcase and area code games for Team USA. That's how elite he is defensively, that he forced the number 2 pick in the draft to move to third base. And really good at developmental player in Aiden Ruiz. Pirates and Penguins are crushing it in the draft. And the Steelers are watching the Pirates and Penguins dunk on them at the same time. I mean, I'm not high on Rabe. Georgia Tech second baseman Jarrett Advincula. He's on our draft simulator. The Angels just picked him at 45. Again, I'm only posting grades for the first round. I didn't set up round 2 of my mock or round 2, and these picks aren't being televised. I'm just reading them as I get certain write-ups done. And do I have a pick? Oh, I don't have a picture of Citizens Christian Academy, I don't think, on the site. So I'm going to have to get that and then crop that. So and that's been the case with a few of these high schools. Maybe I do have a photo because this logo does look familiar. But basically, this logo, it looks basically if Captain America and M. Bison had a baby, this is what the baby would look like. Look at this, okay? If Captain America and Bison from Street Fighter had a baby, that would be what the baby looks like, William. See? Am I wrong here? That looks like the illegitimate child of Bison and Captain America.
It does, man.
Scary, because you can feel the shadow magic, the evil Bison shadow magic, but you can also see the diplomatic immunity of Captain America.
Yeah, well, Raul Julio was very much more likable than Chris. Chris, what's his name? Captain America.
Yep. Chris Evans, he was in not
There
another
you go.
team movie. He was the
Yeah.
jock in not another team movie, and he was the quarterback in that movie too. And he was awful in that game.
Yeah.
Remember, but that was a ripoff of Varsity Blues, William. If you've seen Varsity Blues,
Yeah.
Chris Evans was basically playing a football quarterback that was a ripoff version of Mox in Varsity Blues, the quarterback.
Yeah, that's hard to do too, man. I mean, Mox was pushing it,
Yeah, he was.
as he was, but I mean, and James Vanderbeek, being all 5'9" or whatever he was, trying to play a quarterback, I mean.
Yep, I agree. I'm just making sure. I thought I sent a picture of. I thought I sent the logo to my. I thought I emailed the logo to myself. The Bison. I'm just gonna type in. What is? I don't even remember the name of the high school because it Citizens Christian Academy. I'm so caught up in the fact that Citizens Christian Academy's logo looks like the love child of Captain America and M. Bison from Street Fighter. I'm sorry, I'm caught up in that. I never thought I would ever get to make that joke in my lifetime. So to any
Right.
students at that school, I apologize in advance.
Yeah, we're sorry, but
Captain America and Bison are on complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Like complete opposite ends.
yeah.
If it makes Chris Evans feel any better, I think he would have made a better Ryu than a better Captain America. I think he would have been a really awesome Ryu for a Street Fighter movie, but that's the thing, though. He was a really horrible Captain America, but he would have made an awesome Ryu for Street Fighter.
Yeah, I can see that.
But then who would be Ken Masters? Oh, Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson would be Ken Masters in the Street Fighter movie. And yeah, I want to think Christopher Walken would make a really good Bison, but I feel like he has too much integrity to play Bison.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That'd be an
You could get
interesting
Jack
one.
Nicholson, but I feel like he's a little too old now. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I think the second baseman for the White Sox.
They got multiple really good players. They came away with 3 first-rounders in this draft. So it's a great day for your White Sox. Let's see what's happened. Ooh, the Athletics took Mason Edwards, the USC. The Athletics have had a really good day too, William. They got Drew Burris in round 1, and they got Mason Edwards in round 2.
Nice.
The Orioles took Ty Head. His last name is Head. Yeah. Orioles get Head. Yeah, I know that's inappropriate, but, it's his last name. I'm trying to be serious about this, too.
Seriously serious.
Yes. And Vermont has there's never been a player from Vermont, to Vermont High School to make it to the big leagues in 6 decades. Only 2 have ever been selected in the top 5 rounds. This is the first second-round player from a Vermont high school in history, and the Braves take him. And Ben Blair is a Tampa Bay Rays pitcher at 49. So there we go. Let's see if Let's see if we have the logo for Christian Academy. Let's see if we have the logo. We didn't. So okay, great. Perfect. Now I can grade the Diamondbacks pick at 31 now. And I'm not giving them an F, even though I think this is a massive reach. I'm not giving them an F, and that's because of this being an F grade. You design a logo that looks like a love child of Captain America. That saves you from F grade, even if you reached massively. So that act alone, that heroic act alone, saves the Cardinals from the Diamondbacks. But it's like I said when Joey was here, Arizona, outside of Bill Armstrong, who's now on the Utah Mammoth, former Blues assistant GM who won a Stanley Cup, now been the Arizona Coyotes GM. Outside of him, who turned down around the Coyotes before they relocated to Utah, has Arizona had any good GMs? It just feels like it's been all shitty GMs as of late in Arizona. Cardinals, I do think they've drafted better, but the results just aren't there yet.
Yeah.
The Suns kind of suck right now, and ever since they traded Chris Paul, they flushed their championship window down the toilet, and Diamondbacks haven't been that great at drafting either. It just feels like it just feels like a lot of these teams have just been really bad. I appreciate Joey coming on, contributing, but the first round of the draft's over, and Guardians are playing the Marlins, so I'm pretty sure that's what, and he's watching news, so I'm pretty certain that's his priority right now, and I can respect that. So what grade should I give Blake Bryant? Rocco Maniscalco from Oxford High School is the Cardinals pick at 50. He is a Alabama player. All right, so another shortstop. Cardinals. Let's see what happens here. I'm probably going to give and then the Cardinals, Ethan Klein goes to the Marlins at 52. Cardinals, what did the Cardinals do with the Cardinals took Tegan Kuhns, so I can get a write-up for Tegan Kuhns up. I really thought that was a good pick by the Cardinals earlier. Tegan Kuhns, Tennessee pitcher, #1 starter. Aiden Robbins is still on the board. The White Sox theoretically could get him with their next pick if he's there.
Hey.
24 home runs, 12 stolen bases. Outfielder. I mean, they could theoretically get him. I'm not saying they would get him, but it's possible Kuhns could be the guy. Carson Kirk, Georgia Tech shortstop. This is the 4th Yellow Jacket to be picked in the draft. He was ranked 114th on MLB, but he is officially he's the 4th picked. I think Kuhns is really good value at 22 or wherever the heck we had him. Just getting the write-up for Kuhns up, and then we'll be done. And then I'll get the Yankees write-up done. So I actually
a few things to write.
Okay, I'll let me screen share. I forgot to turn on screen share. I'll screen share some of these pics as they're coming in because I remember the Wi-Fi disconnected. Connor Como from LC Anderson High School. LC Anderson sounds like a TV, but yeah. I want to switch the camera angle to certain. And then yeah, and we got the, the logo. I can't believe I typed that too after making jokes about it. But yeah, I went there, and then Keegan Coons. I'm gonna try to refrain from that. But yeah, let's see what do we got here at the Rays took Taj Marchand. I don't think I have a picture of James Island High School. So let me look here. James Island High School. I hope it's as epic as the last logo we found on James Island. We might have a picture of James Island because yeah, we do. So I do not have to upload that logo. I feel like we had this guy in the draft simulator. I might be wrong, but we'll see. I'm looking at the guys. Yeah, we did. We had him in the draft simulator. So Taj Marchand, I had him at 45, and the Rays got him in the first round, 6'2", 200. But they already drafted a shortstop in the first round of last year's draft. I know. Is this a guy who's good? Like, okay, so back to the MLB app here. Back to the app. No, not the damn NBA app. Not the NHL app either. Bad. Caden Waiter from Jesuit High School is the Giants pick. He is the brother of Doug Waiter, or is he the son? No, he's the dad. He's the son of Doug Waiter, the Rays third round pick in 1999. Same Jesuit High School that had Lance McCullers Jr. So interesting pick there. I don't know what. Let me look at the simulator here and get the James Island write-up done. And then, 34 was Tomei, Landon Tomei, because that was the White Sox pick. That was the pick you loved. So that is going to be an A+. So just...
Yes, sir.
I hope I don't have to look up any more logos. Jack Slidham, Lyons Township High School. He went to the Royals. I am getting Jared Stidham, Zach Wilson vibes with this kid, William. The Royals' second round pick. I know it's hard to see his face on the phone, but I am getting Zach Wilson. I'm getting Zach Wilson. I'm doing the best I can, William. I'm getting Zach Wilson, Jared Stidham vibes with this kid. Those are not the vibes you want as a fan of a professional sports team. I'll say that much. Hopefully he proves me wrong and does something in the pros.
Yeah, for sure.
He quarterbacked Lyons Township to the state 8A football playoffs during the fall, and he played baseball in the spring. All right, Cincinnati recruit. So the Reds are poaching talent out of Cincinnati. I can respect that. I'll give the Rays a B grade. Wes Mendez, the Astros continue to crush it in this draft. They got the Notre Dame pitcher, they got Wes Mendez, and they got a left fielder that I had on our draft simulator. Astros have had an amazing day today. Astros and White Sox are both the only teams with 3A+ grades.
Yep.
And yeah, the Twins got Lackey.
Man, we came in, got Tomei, with that trade the night before, and got Prosac, and a few picks later. I like it, man. Got some hitters here.
Yeah, I had taught.
I mean, I just wish the Niners could do something like this.
The Pirates have drafted better than the Niners. That's actually sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Giants. I think every team in the Bay Area has outdrafted the Niners this year, William. Golden State got Yaxel Lendenborg, the Michigan power forward. The Sharks had the best draft of any NHL team. You could argue the Giants have had the best draft of any National League team this year. So, I mean, I don't think they've drafted as well as your White Sox, but you could argue that. Ooh, Virginia shortstop Eric Becker, who some had going in the first round, he goes to the Reds at 58. So we are starting to see some good value picks here. I think Cleveland is on the board at 59. They better do. I hope they do better. Yeah, so I'm currently in the process of getting this final write-up done. And I'm going to get an A+ grade and copy and paste that to, I'm going to copy and paste the A+ grade. If any new picks come in, I will announce those. I hope Cleveland gets somebody good, but yeah, I mean, Astros have had a great draft. The AL West is going to be tight moving forward. The Mariners still had a strong draft. I mean, it's going to be... Yes, so Landon Tomei. Who is it? Crap, I forgot the player. Logan Schmidt from Gashena High School. I think we had him on the simulator, or was this a player I had trouble finding on the simulator? Because he's 45th. Let me see. The name's familiar, though. Let me see. Yeah, we had Logan Schmidt at 51 on the simulator. 6'4", 215. Might be a little bit of a reach at 15. I don't know if it's a reach at 59. I mean, he's still going to be... He's going to... But if Cleveland doesn't sign him, he'll go to LSU. But that's probably why they went for Schmidt in round 2. They wanted to overslot Schmidt, but underslot the Florida pitcher. That was probably the plan. And Elliot LaSalle's from Upper Canada College. Upper Canada College is just such a bland name for a college. But it's still more authentic than Trump University. I'm not going to say Trump's been a bad president. I like a lot of his policies, but yeah, there were a lot of people that got, there were some people that got scammed by Trump University. So, still more authentic than Trump University in that respect, but that's not a shot at the current president. I think he's done some really good things. So I can be objective about the current president, but yeah, Upper Canada College is a very bland name. It is, like, Upper Canada, I've never heard of it till today, so that's it's a good thing I'm only grading the first round. Last year I graded the first 3 rounds of this. I'm happy about Schmidt, but we got to sign him, and I'm still surprised the Texas center fielders are still there. That's crazy. Tyson LeBlanc, Kansas shortstop, is the Tigers' second-round pick.
Yeah, Tommy and Prosek are both left-handers. That's interesting.
Yeah, I forgot to add the closing bracket to the Lynn Tomey White Sox pick. What is it? Jacob Gonzalez. That's the guy the White Sox traded to the Pirates.
Yeah, they traded 2 to clear up that whatever 2.8, 2.9 million for the spot.
Because you can trade compensation picks. You cannot trade
Yeah.
picks before that, though. Royals and Orioles on MLB Network tonight at 7. And yeah. And the Athletics just placed Nick Kurtz on IL, thumb capsule sprain. So that's not good. That's the Nick Kurtz was my #1 player in 2024. 36 home runs as a rookie last year. So he's going on IL. That's not good for the Athletics. That's like one of their best players. Best young players, too. B, and then Landon Tomey is going to be an A+. The player the Yankees took is also an A+. So, yeah. Hunter Dietz, Arkansas pitcher. That was an amazing value pick. I'm on 35 right now. I'm not. I probably will update the simulator, but I'm not going to do it right now because I do need a break. As soon as I get done with all these picks, I do need a break. But like I said earlier, I'm leaving Okay, we got an update here. Caden Sorrell, who I had in the sandwich portion of the first round, goes to the Cubs at 62. And the Yankees take Sean Duncan, a pitcher from Terry Fox. Is Terry Fox a college or a high school?
Oh.
It's in Canada, but they don't specify whether it's a college in Canada or a high school in Canada. Terry Fox. That's all they say.
Huh.
They're about as vague as a double agent in the CIA. When they, because they just say they say Terry Fox. They don't say But yeah, he required Tommy John surgery. So the Yankees get a pitcher that requires Tommy John surgery after, getting really good value. And Caden Boggenpool out of Missouri State. Kagan Boggenpool out of Missouri State. He broke Howard's home run record as a freshman with 20. So he went from Howard to Missouri State in the portal. And that's the Phillies' second. Phillies took Caden Boggen I. And let me see what else is available. Only 2 more. No, there's a sandwich portion of round 2. But that's in 2 picks from now. I'm trying to move faster. I really am. So I just got to find the Hunter Dietz write-up. Aiden Robbins is still on the board. I had him at 19. He's still there for anyone to grab. Unfreaking real. Yeah.
That's the best part about drafting, man.
That is the best part about drafting. You're right. Jake Brown, LSU outfielder, is a Mariner. And, Hunter Dietz, I did not know about the medicals. The 2 elbow surgeries, the broken leg. That is easily why he fell to the Yankees at 35. Yeah, he was 13 on the board, on our big board, but there were medicals with him, and it was not made available to the general public. Everyone in the mainstream media said there was zero injury history, and the medicals were completely covered up. But teams did a better job digging through the medicals than NFL teams did with Penix. So I'll say that much.
Yeah, and Richardson too.
Richardson too.
Yeah, they both had
I was
surgery on both shoulders.
Shot Liam Peterson, the Florida pitcher. I basically texted you. The Indians got baseball's version of Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
That's not something you want to hear if you're a fan of a team like that. But yeah,
never, man.
Butter Deets, and then who the heck the Phillies taking round one? Let me double check. Shit. Tyler Spangler. I'm pretty certain I have a De La Salle photo on Draft Utopia. I just don't remember. Yeah, they're the Spartans, De La Salle. They're a pretty popular high school baseball team. I might have a picture of De La Salle in the simulator. I just want to double check something here. Yeah, the fact that I'm so tired, I do feel like I'm about to pass out. But I'm gonna get through round one, and then I promise I'll go to sleep. Yeah, I had Spangler at 47 on the simulator, so that is a pick. So Phillies may have reached, but it's not a reach of horrible proportions either. Tyler Spangler. As soon as I get OHL and QMJHL grades up Monday and I update the simulator, I am going to start adding 2 players a day to each sport for the 2027 class. I'm going to set up the web pages, copy and paste the 2026 simulators, and then I'm going to add 2 players from the 2027 class each day, and I'll get rid of all the 2026 players. I'll copy and paste the simulator, but I'm only using that as a temporary template. And I'll try to adjust the draft order too, because the draft order is now that we're in a new draft cycle. Okay, we got a big steal by the Brewers at 66. Sawyer Strasnider, who you wanted the White Sox to get at 30. He goes to the Brewers at 66.
Oh, wow.
So a notable steal there by Milwaukee at 66.
That's usually what the rivals do.
But he had to have surgery to clean up his throwing shoulder. Again, that was not pointed out in any of the medicals. Apparently with MLB teams, they get the medicals, but the information's not made available to anyone in the media, whereas in the NFL, not only are there medicals, that information is available to the mainstream public, whereas medicals in baseball, the information's not made available to the public. That's the only difference between there's other differences between MLB and NFL, William, but that's the biggest difference in terms of okay, round 2 supplemental. Chris Rembert, the Auburn second baseman I had early second round grade on. Pirates get another steal. There are 3 teams with 3 A+ grades. The Pirates, the Astros, and the White Sox. And the White Sox are probably going to have another pick soon. I think they have another pick in the 70s. So
I think it's like 77 or something.
Yeah. And we're on, I think this is 51. I don't, yep. Owen Hull and Andrew Williamson just got picked at 67 and 68. The Tigers took Evan Dempsey out of Florida Gulf Coast. Yeah, I know Florida Gulf Coast used to have some MLS players back in the MLS draft prospects back in the day. And Chris Sale, a first-round pick back in 2010 before I got into the draft. So Florida Gulf Coast has had some talent. They're mainly a baseball, soccer program. But, they do. do a nice job of developing talent. Not going to do a write-up, and not going to do a comprehensive write-up on the Phillies, but yeah, I did update some picks here. I'm on 38, and then I'll be on 49, and I'm on 37 and 38, and then I'll be on But yeah, this is an A plus. This is beautiful. Hunter Dietz, Landon Tome, Taj Marchand, not a bad value pick in the late first round. But yeah, Evan Dempsey was ranked 101 on MLB.com. The Tigers took him at 69. But yeah, he reminds people of a Luke Weaver type. He could start, but he is projected to move to the bullpen. So yes, and the Rockies made those 3 picks, and I think where Daniel Jackson was the first of the, and then they took the UCLA pitcher. Okay, Reds took UCLA first baseman Liavi Livu. But Livu is probably the best infielder on UCLA, not named Chalowski. So the Reds taking Livu at 70. All right. The White Sox could still get the Texas center fielder. Still hasn't been picked yet. Ryan Peterson from Sam Houston State is a Marlin. And I'm trying to get the Logan Redeman write-up ready to go. And then I'm getting the Rockies write-up on Daniel Jackson done. And then we'll be done with I know we probably are going to get to 77. I'm trying to move faster. I'm just certain players, certain write-ups. Daniel Jackson, who I had the Red Sox taking, they took another guy. They took a guy from North Carolina, shortstop, who's had a 3rd-round grade. And the Braves took a player from Indiana State, first Indiana State draft pick since Larry Bird. Yeah, go figure. I'm just thinking, what high school players on my draft simulator haven't been picked yet? Because I'm thinking those guys, we're at the point where those guys might be headed to college. You know, well, and that's just what it is. It is what it is.
For sure.
Will Brick, it was 36th on our big board. Christian Brothers catcher. I had a late first on Will Brick. I think Will Brick probably is heading to college. Gabe Gaeckel, my number 2 pitcher for Arkansas. I had Gaeckel in my top 50. That is a really good value pick. So the Athletics become the first team with 4 play. No, I thought the Athletics only took 3 players. I'm double checking that right now to make sure I'm not. Yeah, they took 2. Yeah, so we've got the Pirates, the Astros, Pirates, Astros, Athletics. Pirates, the Astros, the Athletics. The Pirates, Astros, Athletics. Pirates, Astros, Athletics. Maybe the Rangers. I don't think it's the Rangers. I mean, Renfro goes to the Twins. The Twins, as they would say in the Budweiser commercials back in the day. But yeah, that was a great commercial. But yeah, we're not arguing that. That's okay. We've got. All right, so we finally got 37 and 38 up. So yeah, I've got 35, 36, 37, and 38. No, we've got one more pick it's 75, and then we're on to round 3. Apparently 77 is the third round for the White Sox. The Cubs end up with this last pick, and yeah. And yeah, I mean, Guardians and Marlins are tied at 0 in the 4th inning. And the Bucks, the Pirates, just homer off the Brewers. Esmeralda Valdez. I did not think Valdez, of all people, would be the guy that went off for Cleveland. I like Spangler. Daniel Jackson's a really good value pick. I forgot to type in the UCLA Bruins logo. And Miles Bailey, a Florida State first baseman, is the Cubs' last pick. Yeah, so there we go. I really like what Logan Redmond did. Athletics got another pitcher. Redmond's a really good value pick here. I might just click on round 3, see if the White Sox or Rockies made another pick. Yeah, I'm just. And then the Rockies, because I think both these teams, Cole Carlin and Bo Lawrence, I had Bo Lawrence as a third baseman. I don't know why I typed shortstop in the news ticker. All right, so we got third base. I'm also typing the top of the ticker, but yeah, this is good. I can give both these teams A+ grades, and then I'm done once I copy and paste the write-ups for Toronto and LA. So this is good. Okay, we just got to get these final 2 write-ups done, and I will add the players that are on the simulator. But you can tell just based on my tone, my body language, my mindset, I do need a break. But I'm gonna get these last 2 picks up for our audience, so I can at least say I finished all the draft grades for the 2026 draft cycle. There's still a little bit of work to do, but no sleep in 2 days. I feel like I could probably. I was going to end the show at 5, but I wanted to make sure we had all the grades up at least. Like with our NHL stream, the picks flew in so fast I couldn't get all the grades up. This is episode 1000, okay? This is episode 1000, so I at least owe my audience grades for the entire first round. I don't have to do the draft simulator if I'm not in the mood and I feel like crap, but we got to at least make this episode count. It's episode 1000. It's a pretty significant deal. Like,
Sure.
I think there's only a few shows. We're now the longest syndicated show on TalkShoe, I believe, dating back to 2011. We reached, I think we reached 800K total downloads on TalkShoe today, too. So it's been a pretty historic day for the podcast. We had, I think it took us until 2017, from 2011 to 2017 to get to that first 100K. But yeah, once we had Joey, Kerm, Brian Lewis, Thomas Coburn, even some of the people that hate my guts, whether it's Banel, John Butts, Ryan Romero. I want to thank them for the journey and helping me along the way before William.
Yep.
So yes, even the people that hate my guts, that want Draft Utopia to cease to exist, like Napoleon and the French, I'm thanking you guys. I shouldn't, but I am, because
That's how it is, man. Still
episode
here.
1000, you get to episode 1000, you kind of owe everyone who helped you get there a thanks, even if they think you're a piece of shit now.
Yep.
That's how it is. I hope one day when one day I still don't have gray hair and we make it to episode 1000 of Under the Bleachers. But Under the Bleachers, to be fair to you, it's on the same trajectory as the first 2 seasons of Draft Utopia. I think we had 60 or 70 episodes for the first 2 seasons of Draft Utopia, and then we got to 100 by the end of season 3. So
Right.
that means we'll probably have 40 episodes of Under the Bleachers in the calendar year starting in August, but I just don't know what those 40 episodes will be or what they'll be about. We'll have to stay tuned, but right now it's looking like 8/5. The day before the Hall of Fame game will be the episode, and I can pretty much guarantee you Brissett and Bryce Young are sitting in that game. So we're going to have to watch Gardner Minshew versus Kenny Pickett unless the Cardinals summon Carson Beck. That is the first quarter of that Hall of Fame game is going to be Gardner Minshew versus Kenny Pickett. It's going to be a brutal first quarter, but we'll probably get Carson Beck in the entire second half to make up.
That's about as far from the Hall of Fame as you can possibly get.
I know, right?
Outside of maybe Minshew backed up a Hall of Fame quarterback maybe once or twice.
But yeah, it's like, I'm trying to think. Cole Carlin and then Bo Lawrence. I'm trying to find the Carlin right. But yeah, here's the crazy part, William, because I don't think Brissett's going to play that game because of the holdout. Like, he wants more money. I don't think he's going to play that first preseason game at all because he's the presumed starter for week 1. So
yeah, it's
probably
like what
play Minshew. They might play Minshew a series and play Beck the entire first half too, which I sort of secretly hope they do.
Yeah,
But
Beck's been Beck's better than any other quarterback there, so I'm not sure what they'd be even attempting to try to do with Brissett or Minshew starting.
I'll look at the depth charts for the Cardinals and Panthers really quickly while I get I'm still looking for the last 2 grades. Okay, so right now Minshew's QB2 behind Brissett. Carson Beck is QB3. Keaton Slovis is QB4. So if Minshew only plays a series, Beck plays the entire first half, and Slovis plays the entire second half, that'll make this game even more brutal. It'll be a great first half, but like after because I do not want to see Carson Beck get benched for Keaton Slovis. That would kill me a little inside.
Yeah, it would, man.
This is what they're going to do. Bryce Young's going to sit this game out. Kenny Pickett's probably going to start the first quarter. They'll play Will Grier the second quarter. They'll play Haynes King the entire second half. Now, if the Cardinals play Brissett and Minshew for a quarter each, we get a second half of Carson Beck versus Haynes King, which I would love to see. I would love to see that be the entire second half.
Yeah.
It's Carson Beck versus Haynes King. I think that I mean, that's really the most appealing thing about this preseason game is Carson Beck.
That would be it right there, man. Those two
Everything else
quarterbacks.
about this preseason is the running backs for the Cardinals are appealing to Jeremiah Love, Algier, James Conner, Trey Benson, Bam Knight. They've got 5 running backs. The Cardinals running backs and Carson Beck are the most appealing things for me. And then the Panthers receiver room is really deep too. McMillan, Leggett, and Jalen Coker are the starters, but they've got Mechie, Brazel, Jimmy Horn Jr. as the backups. And then on third string, they've got Anis Smith and David Moore. So I think the Panthers, the most appealing thing is probably the weapon. Probably the weapons they have.
Yeah, because I want to see Brazil, and I want to see what Coker,
I want to see what Brazel
he
does
looks
in
like
the
in
Hall of
another.
Fame game. I think we can agree
Mhm.
on that. And Monroe Freeling's the backup right tackle to Taylor Moton, but he was the Panthers' first-round pick, so we might actually get to see him early in that game if they. But offensive tackles usually play the entire first half if they only have 2 on the active roster. Panthers have Albert Reese, an undrafted free agent in 2026, as their third-string right tackle. So we probably will see Moton take the night off. Freeling play the entire first half, get a lot of reps in at offensive tackle, and then Reese play the second half. That's probably what we'll end up getting.
Moton's been there for years. He's spent
He
his
doesn't
entire
need to
career
play
there. I
in
think.
preseason risk injury.
No, not at all.
The Panthers have Bobby Brown III at nose tackle and Lee Hunter, the second-round pick, and they have Cam Jackson at nose tackle from Florida. So we'll probably see the Panthers rotate a lot of bodies at nose tackle too, William.
Yeah.
So the big takeaways: Cardinals, Carson Beck, Cardinals running back room, Panthers receiver room, Monroe Freeling, and Panthers nose tackles. Those are probably the 5 biggest takeaways for me.
What the hell are the Panthers even doing at running back this year?
They've got
back to what, like Chuba Hubbard?
Jonathan Brooks is cleared from his torn ACL. Remember Jonathan Brooks?
Oh, yeah.
Second-round pick from Texas.
Mhm.
He's been medically cleared to practice again. He's now the second string behind Hubbard with Rico Dowdle gone.
That's going to be one.
Trevor Etienne is competing with Brooks for the backup running back job, and A.J. Dillon's 4th string.
That's going to be an interesting. Dylan slid that far off.
Well, both the Cardinals and Panthers are 4 deep at running back, Williams. So we're probably going to see a lot of running the football we're probably going to see a lot of running the football in Canton on August 6th. So I think for Under the Bleachers for the season premiere, I think we're in agreement. We got to get a big running back thumbnail, like 4 running backs on Arizona, 4 running backs on Carolina, and we got to make it look like the running backs are playing dodgeball.
Got to mention those. Tight ends too. I want to see Mitchell Evans, do something with Carolina.
Carolina's tight end room. You're right. Tommy Tremble's probably gonna. No, Tommy Tremble's the projected starting tight end. So they might rest Tremble, play Sanders the first quarter, Mitchell Evans the second, and then they'll play Felipe Franks and James Mitchell in the third and fourth quarters. Yes, Felipe Franks and James Mitchell are competing for roster spots, even though they're probably both going to get cut.
Yeah.
We know they're both going to get cut, but Carolina's doing this just to F with us.
Yeah.
They are.
I want to see what Mitchell Evans can do. He's
Mitchell
been
Evans
really
is going to have
flying
Will
under the
Greer
radar.
throwing him the ball, and Jatavian Sanders is going to have Pickett throwing him the ball. So what do these tight ends do with Pickett and Greer under center? It is the age-old question, William.
Yeah.
It is. Not to get sidetracked by the Hall of Fame game. The Rockies, have the Rockies made their pick yet in the third round? Or are we still on? I'm guessing they took a bit of a recess, more than likely, because they probably took a lengthy recess. It was probably like a 5-10 minute recess, probably like a 30-minute recess now. I'm looking at the. Let me look at the Cardinals' defense really quickly. I feel like we've talked about the Panthers a lot. That's interesting. 34 left. The Cardinals have a lot of depth on the defensive line. Darius Robinson, Dante Stills, Roy Lopez and Andrew Billings, Caleb Proctor, this year's rookie, and Walter Nolan, who we didn't see a lot of. That is a deep defensive line if everybody plays and none of the starters sit out. I think we will see the Cardinals' defensive backs play in this game. So the Cardinals have a really good cornerback room.
Yep.
Cardinals
are just going to add to the
right up here for Toronto. I'm just editing these last two write-ups here.
I think the Cardinals would be a better team if they weren't stuck in the NFC West.
Yeah, but the thing is, because the Hall of Fame game, so we'll probably, I think for the season premiere of Draft Utopia, I'm thinking we'll have 5 segments. Notre Dame, group of 5. We'll have Notre Dame, we'll have the group of 5. We'll have the revival of the Pac-12, the Draft Utopia 6-pack with some of the players in the 2027 simulator, and then we will spin. We will have all 8 divisions, and we will randomize what division we're previewing by using the spinner. And I'll show you. I'll screen share that briefly. After I get these last 2 grades up, I will show you how we will do that before we sign off. We'll end episode 1000 with a random spinner. Well, that's how you know we're ending things with a bang. When we get a spinner involved and leave things to chance, you know we're ending episode 1000 on a bang. Like, for real, but yeah.
Yeah. So it's the Pac-9 now, huh?
It is the Mountain Rest. Get it? Because it's the former Mountain West teams that have converted to the Pac-12.
Yeah, I was going to say the Boise State, Fresno State, Colorado State, Gonzaga, non-football.
Oregon and now State. Boise State's athletic directors like Zuckerberg on South Park. You see, Pac-12 is a Power 5 conference. So my style makes Boise State a Power 5 school since the Pac-12 is a Power 5 conference. My style, and it's like, no. You're still a group of 5 team in a Pac-12 conference with and I got the Phil Steele 2026 magazine. I have not looked at the Pac-12 section of the magazine. I'm going to do that right now because
I think Gonzaga needs to put together a football team.
They have Notre Dame going 12-0. I'm just only reason I'm at because the Pac-12 is going to be back this year. Page 240.
Yeah.
240. I just want to see what the Pac-12 looks like. Because it's going to. Okay, here we go. We have 8 teams in the new Pac-12. Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, Texas State, Washington State, Utah State, Colorado State, Oregon State.
It's a state.
Pac-12. Everybody's a state in the new
Pac-12.
Yeah,
State 12.
State 12, yes. But you have ST State. You have 1, 2, 3 ST states, and you have 5 states. And then you have 3 states abbreviated. So for the conferences, I think we should have state abbreviated and state unabbreviated, like the East, like the East and West divisions in the SEC. How do you feel about that, William? State abbreviated and non-state abbreviated. Those are your 2 conferences for a conference champion.
Well then.
Yeah. But yes, Texas State. I think Fresno State with Matt Entz. They look good. I'm gonna go. Jake Dickhart took over as interim. Right now, Boise State looks like a team. They're the favorite to be the group of 5 playoff team. But they're the group of 6 now, apparently. So it's not group of 5 anymore, it's group of 6. Because is Notre Dame because Notre Dame gets an automatic bid as an independent. Does that make Notre Dame the 5th group of 5 team because Notre Dame's an independent with an automatic bid? If they win 10 games, they get an automatic bid thanks to some new clause.
Seems feasible.
I don't have the exact details in front of me, but I do think we have most of the write-ups done. I'm on Toronto. I'm copying and pasting Toronto's write-up on the very last write-up, and then I will show you what we do with Well, iPad's at 5% on TalkShoe, so I'll sign off on TalkShoe. You won't. Well, maybe I'll show you the spinner thing real quick, but this is gonna be photo finish here, literal photo finish. But I think yeah, the third baseman that I mocked the Dodgers did get picked in the first round. I just don't remember where he got picked. Was it Cole? It wasn't Prosek. I think the White Sox got Prosek in round 2. I'm just trying to think who was the guy that we had of the Dodgers. It wasn't Prosek. It was but yeah, Will Brick fell to the 3rd round, so he's probably going to college. I would think. Will Brick was the number 4 catcher in this draft. You're the number 4 catcher in the draft, and you fall to the 3rd round after having Bo Lawrence. I found Bo Lawrence. I mocked him to the Mariners, and the Dodgers got him. So that's a really good value by the Dodgers here. And yeah, where I need to copy these last few write-ups, and then the Dodgers. Once I get the Dodgers write-up, we'll do the spinner thing. I'll show you how that works, and we'll find out what mystery division we get. If it's the NFC West or the NFC South, we'll redo it. But the mystery division, or we can wait until Joey's on to pick the mystery division. But I'll show you a demo of what the mystery division would look like at mystery division. I'm just trying. I misspelled middle reliever somewhere here. Somewhere in mid-if. Yeah, there we go. We fixed it, and now we're on the frickin' Dodgers. We just gotta copy and paste the Bo Lawrence write-up, and then we are done with this frickin' draft. We're done with this frickin' draft. And then we'll get the spinner, and then we'll Bo Lawrence, though, I freaking misspelled Bo Lawrence in mock draft. Damn it. But it doesn't matter. As long as I spell check that. But he played his way into the top 20 in a lot of big boards. So the Dodgers getting a player in the top 20. The Dodgers and Yankees both end up with A-plus grades. The Red Sox got, I think they got Chapel Hill dry cornbread. I know, yeah, but we'll see. Kind of a random joke, but yeah. All right. So now that we've got all 40 grades up, I'll see if the White Sox did anything, and if they have, I'll report it before we get the spinner here. It does sound like they're ready to resume round 3. Nope, they're not ready to resume round 3 yet. I'm guessing they'll resume that around 6, but we're not going to be here. Let's show William the spinner. And then we'll sign off. Spinners are fun, though. The Wheel of Names. It's wheelofnames.com. I'm not going to link it, but yes, if you Google wheelofnames.com, so I'll share this tab here. Yes, so as you can see, this is what we do. We would at the end of the season 16 premiere on August 1st. After we do the Draft Utopia 6-pack, I'm thinking produce this. We are going to frickin' chance vision at revision we preview. This is a demo. This is not. I'm gonna let Joey and William, because I want them to react to what we officially do. This is just a demo of what would happen. And the division NFC North. Not a division I want to get out of the way. So, yeah. So we go. So that's basically. So if Joey was here in this to decide, okay, NFC North would be the division we at the end of the show, but that's just a sample, okay, guys. So that's episode 1000. We've made it had 3. AFC South is not a winner, guys. I have every AFC South team going 8-9, and I'll explain why when we get to the 8. But I'm thinking the second episode is going to be an NFC South, NFC West division preview because we can focus on the teams in the Canton game on August 8th. We can talk about your Niners then. We can talk about the NFC runner-up, the NFC champion, the teams that couldn't stick it to Dave Tepper, failed to stick it to Dave Tepper and the Carolina Panthers, and then the Cardinals.
Mhm.
The Panthers play the Cardinals in Canton. And we'd also preview a college football Power 4 conference. We will play rock, paper, scissors to decide that because Joey will represent the ACC. I'll represent the Big Ten since Big Ten's Canton. Arizona's Big 12 country, and Carolina's ACC country. So we will play rock, paper, scissors to decide what conference. So you'll get a spinner in the season premiere in addition to NFL. In addition to the Draft Utopia 6-pack with the brand new 2027 simulators. So a lot of fuckery in these first 2 episodes of Season 16. And I know the ticker only lists the first 18 picks or so, but yeah. I don't want to reveal too much of what we're doing for Season 16, but it's big and there's a lot in the works. There's a lot.
One of my teams was going to draft right, and I mean, it just had to be the last one,
Yeah, to save the best for last. Your Avalanche drafted well, too.
Yeah.
It's just the team you wanted to draft really bad. Niners burned you. And be fair, the Guardians burned me. The Patriots draft I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it.
Yeah.
I love the Jacost pick, but outside of that, I wasn't, overly thrilled with their draft. And they haven't signed him yet. I mean, that's a little bit concerning. Not majorly concerning, but yeah. 4 hours, 43 minutes. That's episode 1000. We're signing off on TalkShoe. We'll see you guys in 3 weeks for Season 16 of Draft Utopia. My company is now old enough to apply for a driver's license.
Oh.
The podcast started on November 10th, 2011, so not quite old enough for a drive. My podcast is not quite old enough for a driver's license yet.
Almost.
But it's a joke. It's not like the podcast can't get a driver's license. Only humans can get driver's license. Podcasts cannot. You can listen to podcasts in your car if you have a driver's license while you're driving to work or driving to the gas station. That is something you can legally do, but yeah. All right, so we'll be back. We pretty much revealed what's going to happen in the first episode, and I haven't decided what we're going to do in round, and we've revealed what's going to happen in the second, but that's pretty much all we're going to do. And maybe I do want to make the Draft Utopia 6-pack a weekly thing, and then I have another idea. It's called 4 Downs. It's basically going to be a condensed version of the mid-season report cards. We'd have first down with Joey analyzing what the team's done so far in the season via all 22. William would get second down based on what's ahead in the schedule. I would get third down off season, and fourth down would be like the draft simulator if we if we know where the team's picking and we have a basic idea of what they could do. Free agents they're set to lose. Young guys they need to start, adjustments, stuff like that. Maybe. I'm not as confident in that idea as I am in the Draft Utopia 6-pack, but regardless, all these ideas, shenanigans, and Season 3 of Under the Bleachers, 8/5, 2026. Draft Utopia Season 16, 8/1, 2026. We'll see you guys in 3 weeks, but we're out of here.
Yep.
Enjoy your
See you
summer.
guys.
My vacation starts now. My 3-week vacation starts now. Yeah, it's going to be pretty
Right about now.
Yeah.
There now?
No. I clicked end stream, restream, so I want to start my vacation. I got one more show on restream with Ron. We're going to break down NHL draft grades. I will text him on Monday and we will figure out. That might be the restream finale. TalkShoe finale for season 15 is over. But there's one bonus episode of this season on restream only with Ron and myself breaking down pick by pick in the NHL draft. Like because remember, we just announced the picks as they came in. We didn't have grades, but that show did terrific. 400,